Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into a theory if the Emperor wants to return as a Dark King. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. And be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
The first scream began beneath a mountain that had forgotten the touch of weather. It rose from the throat of a sanctioned psyker, seated within the choirs of the Astronomicon. A single note sharpened beyond grief and terror into something almost pure. His body strained against the iron restraints of the soul cradle. Veins blackened beneath translucent skin. His jaw opened until the hinges tore loose with wet cracks, and still the scream continued. Then the next voice joined him. Then another. Then 10,000 more. Perfect unison filled the hollow mountain. The sound passed through basalt, adamantium, sanctified machinery, and the bones of men. It shook dust from chambers sealed since the siege. It made dormant bells toll within reliquaries, whose names had been excised from history. Servitors ceased their work and turned their eyeless faces toward the psychic heart of the mountain. Tech priests convulsed as Binharic prayers degraded into strings of meaningless static. The chosen psychers burned within their thrones. Their flesh blistered beneath robes embroidered with devotional scripture. Eyes became globes of boiling fluid. Fingernails ripped free as hands clawed against restraints hard enough to strip the skin from their fingers. The scream never varied. Thousands of throats gave voice to one note, without breath, without discord, without mercy. The light did not fail. That was what terrified the wardens first. The Astronomicon had faltered before. It had dimmed beneath the malice of the Great Rift. Its radiance had been obscured by empiric storms and wounded by catastrophes no mortal science could measure. Every sanctioned contingency anticipated darkness. None anticipated this. The golden beacon intensified until men cast shadows through stone. At its center, something black opened. Not an absence of light, not darkness. Darkness was merely the failure of mortal eyes. This was a presence. The blackness spread through the beacon like ink dropped into molten gold, yet it did not dilute the radiance. It occupied the light without displacing it, a pupil forming within a vast and burning eye. Across the Sol system, navigators saw it. On Luna, a Navis Nobilite patriarch tore the jeweled band from his brow and gouged his third eye with hooked fingers. On the command deck of a battleship above Mars, 3 navigators shrieked that the beacon had turned its gaze upon them. One smashed his skull against an observation lectern until bone fragments entered his brain. Another ordered his attendants to blind him, then strangled them when they hesitated. Within the holds of merchant vessels, pilgrim transports and black-hulled warships, the same words passed from mutant lips. Something immense was looking back. Trajan Valoris heard the screaming through 7 sealed gates. The Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes walked at the head of 300 warriors, and the sound reached them as a vibration through auramite and bone. Each gate opened before them only after gene-scrying their blood, measuring their souls, and recognizing authority older than most imperial institutions. The custodians advanced without haste. Guardian spears rested in their fists, their bolt weapons loaded with artificer-wrought mass-reactive ammunition. Others bore sentinel blades and presidium shields, the latter engraved with deeds too ancient for any living chronicler to interpret. Behind them came Contemptor Achilles dreadnoughts, armed with vast dread spears, and Contemptor Galatus ancients, carrying war blades whose power fields made the air wail. They had not assembled to meet an invader. That truth hung over the shield host like a sentence of execution. The enemies before them wore the robes of the Emperor's servants. Administratum functionaries crowded the sealed processional approaches to the Sanctum Imperialis. Palace thralls knelt beside scribes, lex mechanics, confessors, and red-robed adepts of the machine cult. Some had mutilated themselves. Many had carved circles into their foreheads. Blood ran from hundreds of wounded faces and gathered in the grooves between the floor's golden tiles. They chanted in a language Valoris did not recognize. That alone was sufficient cause for annihilation. The Captain General raised the Watcher's axe. The chant ceased. Thousands of heads turned toward him together. A confessor stood from among the kneeling masses. His lips had been cut away. His teeth were red. His gums exposed in a permanent grin. "He has looked beyond the veil," the confessor said. His voice was not his own. It carried the weight of several throats, speaking through one mouth. Valoris regarded him through the retinal displays of his helm. "Name the speaker." "The prisoner." The custodians tightened formation without audible command. Their armor exchanged position markers, firing solutions and threat assessments in silent bursts of encrypted data. Valoris lowered the blade of his axe until its edge pointed at the confessor's heart. "Whose prisoner?" The man smiled more widely, tearing the flesh at the corners of his ruined mouth. "Everything has a jailer." He lunged. The Watcher's axe crossed the distance first. Its powered edge entered beneath the man's ribs and passed through spine, lungs, and heart. The upper half of the confessor spun away in a spray of blood and opened viscera. His legs remained upright for an instant, trembling beneath the weight they no longer carried, before collapsing into the congregation. The kneeling servants attacked. They came without weapons, without discipline, and without fear. They rushed the custodians in a wall of pale faces and bleeding hands, crying words absent from every creed approved by the ecclesiarchy. The first rank died to guardian spears. Bolt shells crossed the gilded hall in precise lines. Heads burst into fans of bone and brain tissue. Chests opened from within as mass-reactive warheads detonated beneath ribs. Bodies were torn apart so swiftly that those behind stumbled over torsos, still pumping blood from severed arteries. The custodians gave no battle cries. They killed in silence. Presidium shields struck with enough force to cave in skulls. Sentinel blades removed arms, legs, and heads in controlled sweeps. A palace adept hurled himself at a custodian's breastplate and was caught by the throat. Auramite fingers closed. Vertebrae ruptured one after another, and the corpse was cast aside before its feet stopped kicking. The mob pressed closer. Men climbed over mounds of their own dead. They slipped in entrails, fell beneath armored feet, and rose with shattered limbs dragging behind them. A dreadnought drove its dread spear through 7 bodies in a single thrust. The weapon withdrew trailing loops of bowel and steaming strings of connective tissue. Still they came. "They are not attempting penetration," said Shield Captain Eamon Toramakian over the command link. "They seek proximity." Valoris saw it. The dying were not reaching for weapons. They were reaching for the custodians themselves, smearing blood upon Auramite, pressing hands against the Emperor's guardians, as though contact were a sacrament. "Purge the hall," Valoris ordered. "Permit no touch upon the inner gates." The custodians advanced. Within heartbeats, the rebellion became butchery. The last of the servants died against the 9th gate. He was a boy no older than 14 years, his face painted in blood not his own. He clawed at the engraved image of the Emperor's triumph over Old Night. "He is hungry," the boy whispered. A guardian spear fired once. The shell entered through his back and burst from his chest in a detonation of meat, bone, and cloth. What remained struck the gate and slid down it, leaving a crimson streak across the master of mankind's golden likeness. Then the golden throne fed. Valoris felt the communion begin through the palace foundations. The scheduled sacrifice was conducted beneath the sanctum in chambers known to few outside the 10,000. Psychers taken by the black ships were delivered in chains, purified by examination, and prepared by rites older than the Imperium's current faith. They entered the soul engines alive. They did not remain so for long. This communion was meant to unfold in measured sequence. Each captive would be connected to the throne's ancient mechanisms, his psychic essence drained in calibrated stages to sustain the Emperor's deathless vigil. The throne rejected calibration. It consumed them all. Thousands of psychers died in the same instant. Their skulls exploded against the interiors of their restraint helms. Spinal columns snapped as bodies arched beyond the limits of human anatomy. Flesh collapsed inward, organs boiling to slurry before being drawn from mouths, nostrils, and empty eye sockets. The soul engines roared. Sacrificial chambers flooded with blood. Dormant conduits opened throughout the palace. Crimson fluid poured from brass valves, stone mouths, and sealed devotional apertures kilometers from the throne. It ran down walls in sheets. It filled incense gutters. It spilled from the mouths of statues and dripped from the emperor's carved eyes. Every lumen in the sealed approach extinguished. Golden radiance replaced them. Valoris saw the inner gate. He saw his warriors. He saw the blood on the floor rising in droplets, each red sphere ascending toward the sanctum as though falling upward. Then the command entered him. It did not arrive as sound. There was no voice, though his mind clothed it in one, because mortal thought required shape. Preserve me. The words crushed everything else from consciousness. Valoris stood within a psychic pressure vast enough to pulverize reason. For the briefest instant, he beheld something behind the instruction. Not one mind, not one will. Fragments. A king upon a throne. A corpse screaming beneath machinery. A warrior standing before a gate of impossible light. A father who had forgotten the faces of his sons. A tyrant counting lives as ammunition. A wounded man who had endured 10,000 years of agony and intended to endure 10,000 more. Preserve me. Valoris remained standing. Around him, the custodians staggered. One dropped to a knee, the point of his guardian spear striking the blood-slick floor. Another raised his sentinel blade toward the sanctum as though offering fealty. A Contemptor dreadnought took 3 steps backwards, its ancient occupant voxing a single word through speakers that shook the hall. Feed, Valoris turned. What did you hear? The dreadnought's sarcophagus rotated toward him. Feed, a second custodian spoke. Kneel, others answered in rapid succession. Witness, burn, obey, release. Each warrior had heard a different command. Valoris looked toward the sealed gate. The Emperor had spoken to the custodes before, though rarely in anything mortals would recognize as speech. Dreams, impressions, compulsions, and visions had guided the 10,000 across millennia. This was different. The commands contradicted one another. Preserve me. Beyond the palace, terror began to die in celebration. The black sun appeared above the Sanctum Imperialis at the height of the false noon. It was visible through smog, cloud, fortress shielding, and the vaulted roofs of hive cathedrals. Its golden corona spread across the sky, while its center remained deeper than the void. Billions saw it. Pilgrims filled the processional avenues from horizon to horizon. Generations had lived and died in those queues, advancing kilometer by kilometer toward a distant glimpse of the palace. When the black sun opened, they fell to their knees. Then the visions began. Men screamed that the Emperor had judged them worthy. Others declared themselves condemned and tore at their faces. Preachers climbed shrine statues and proclaimed the ending of mercy. Entire congregations surged toward the palace walls, seeking absolution beneath the new light. The avenues became slaughterhouses. Crowds crushed themselves against adamantium barriers. Men were forced beneath the mass and trampled until ribs punctured lungs and skulls burst under millions of feet. Children vanished below the press. The dying were held upright by bodies packed too tightly to fall. A priest stood upon a mound of corpses, his vestments soaked black with blood. "The Emperor no longer protects," he cried. The crowd answered with a roar that rolled across continents. "The Emperor judges." Valoris received the casualty projections without reaction. The numbers climbed too quickly for conventional notation. He issued the Auric interdiction. Palace gates sealed from foundation to battlement. Teleportation wards intensified, until the air above the walls shimmered. Legio Custodes grav carriers moved into the processional districts, their repulsor fields scattering bodies like refuse before their hulls. Caladius grav tanks occupied fire lanes and trained accelerator cannons upon the crowds. Virtus Praetors launched from the palace terraces. Their Dawn Eagle jet bikes climbed into the poisoned sky, engines leaving spears of white fire behind them. Rogue psychers had begun levitating above the pilgrim masses, their bodies swollen by powers they could not contain. The praetors hunted them through clouds of ash and blood mist. One psyker opened his arms and split into a flock of winged mouths. Salvo launchers fired. The creature vanished inside a sphere of flame, teeth and burning flesh raining across the pilgrims below. In orbit, defensive platforms altered their firing arcs. Lance batteries designed to destroy invasion fleets turned toward Terra. Their crews protested. Their commanders demanded authentication. Several refused and were killed by their own security cohorts. One platform attempted to disengage from the defense network and was reduced to incandescent wreckage by its sister stations. The order remained incomplete. Prepare to fire. Valoris had not yet commanded the final word. Beneath the palace, he entered an archive that officially did not exist. The gene lock accepted his blood. The door withdrew into a wall carved with names omitted from every imperial history. Within waited a single stasis vault, its mechanisms marked by the sigil of the regent who had sat the throne for a single terrible day. Malcador. Valoris placed his hand upon the reader. The archive opened. Fragments of testimony appeared in the air. Broken records, damaged memories, warnings encoded by a dying mind that had known too much. One designation repeated across every surviving sequence: the Dark King. Valoris read of a throne not yet occupied, a name spoken by demons before its owner had been born. An apotheosis approached during the final hours of the siege, and rejected only when the price became clear. Not death, consumption. Humanity would not merely perish. Humanity would become the substance of the god that replaced it. A transmission rune flared upon his helm display. The Senatorum Imperialis demanded entry to the palace. The High Lords required explanation, access, and authority over the defense of Terra. Valoris opened the channel. A dozen voices spoke at once. Accusations hid beneath ceremonial courtesy. Threats wore the robes of procedure. "The Senatorum must be admitted," said the master of the administratum. "Captain General, the Imperium cannot be governed from beyond a sealed gate." "The Imperium is not my charge," Valoris replied. "He is." He terminated the link. A second transmission forced itself through the palace wards, not from Terra. The signal carried Mechanicus encryption, fragmented astropathic resonance, and the unmistakable cognitive signature of Belisarius Kahl. The Archmagos spoke through layers of distortion. "Captain General, attend. A noctilith structure at the Attilan Gap has entered sympathetic resonance with the Astronomicon. The harmonic is mathematically impossible under all sanctioned models." Kahl's voice divided into several overlapping tones. "Correction. It is impossible unless Terra is transmitting through the Great Rift." Every astropath on Terra screamed. Not merely those within the palace. Every sanctioned relay, every choir, every bonded oracle aboard every vessel in orbit. Their teeth shattered, their tongues blackened. Blood streamed from their eyes as they spoke with one male voice. "The throne is not failing." Across Terra, the black sun widened. "The throne is opening." The Great Rift answered with a fleet. It came without warning, without the slow bruising of augur ghosts or the familiar madness of empiric translation. One moment, the void beyond the Vespera chain was empty, save for minefields, defense monitors, and the cold procession of Imperial warships. The next, reality split from pole to pole. Warp light flooded the system. It was the color of infected flesh beneath a surgeon's blade, red veined with purple and green, bright enough to throw every moon and fortress station into diseased silhouette. The rupture spread across millions of kilometers. Shapes moved inside it before the first vessel emerged, immense shadows struggling against the skin of existence. Then the armada tore its way into real space. Cruisers translated bow first, their armor plated in chains, brass, and the flayed remains of conquered populations. Battleships followed, kilometers of weapon decks and crenellated towers dragging skeins of warp fire behind them. Some bore the scarred heraldry of the traitor legions. Others had no heraldry at all, their hulls buried beneath tumors of iron and flesh. Gun batteries opened like mouths along their flanks. Demonic faces pressed out through armor. Plate screamed soundlessly into the void and sank back beneath the metal. The fleet kept coming. Hundreds of capital ships, thousands of escorts, raiders, fire ships and corpse barges. Space hulks followed in their wake, each an amalgamation of dead vessels welded together by gravity, impact, and malign will. Around them swarmed smaller craft in numbers, too great for the strategium cogitators to count before the first firing solutions were required. Robout Guilliman watched the translation from the command sanctum of Macrage's honor. The Primarch stood before the hololithic display with both hands resting upon the edge of the strategium table. The hand of Dominion enclosed his right fist, its mechanisms murmuring beneath adamantine knuckles. The Emperor's sword hung sheathed at his side, its presence a heat against his armor and a memory he did not welcome. Around him, officers worked in disciplined silence. Naval ratings passed targeting data between stations. Hooded Lex mechanics recited range calculations. Chapter serfs moved beneath towering banks of tactical displays. Servitors clicked and twitched in their recesses, mouths opening to discharge strings of coordinates in flat, toneless voices. The system unfolded before Guilliman in layers of light. The Vespera chain was a necklace of fortress worlds built around the final stable approaches to the Attilan Gap. Vespera Primus and Secundus held the orbital bastions. Tertius was the industrial shield, its continents buried beneath manufactoria, trench networks, and armored staging grounds. Quartus housed the Mechanicus reserves and the Titan legions. Beyond them lay the Blackstone works of Belisarius Cawl, half concealed by the storms of the Great Rift. The Imperial Order of Battle filled entire data vaults. Billions of Astra Militarum troops held the planets. Millions of Skitari occupied manufactorum districts, generator fields and pylon complexes. Tank formations waited in revetments beneath camouflage netting large enough to cover cities. Knight households stood in ranks among cathedrals of repair. Titans rested within armored cradles, their reactors beating like captive suns. All of it was insufficient if committed without discipline. The first enemy vessels cleared the translation wound. Guilliman studied their vectors. "They are emerging too closely grouped," said Lord Admiral Vortigern Holt. "They offer us the center of their formation." "They offer us nothing," Guilliman replied. "They expect us to believe they have made an error." The Admiral's scarred face tightened. "Then what do they intend?" "To force us to fire early." Guilliman raised one gauntleted finger. "Hold all batteries." The order crossed the fleet. On the tactical display, Imperial battleships maintained formation. Nova cannon capacitors climbed toward full charge. Torpedo decks loaded warheads into launch tubes. Escort squadrons drifted ahead of the main line, engines burning low. The Chaos Fleet accelerated. Its forward ships entered extreme weapons range. Enemy lances stabbed through the void, pale and crooked, striking the outer minefields and setting kilometers of space ablaze. Macro shells followed, too distant to threaten the battle line, but sufficient to fill the Auspex screens with debris, radiation, and false contacts. Still, Guilliman waited. Several enemy cruisers broke formation and drove directly toward the Imperial center. Sacrificial vessels, he thought. Their reactors flared beyond safe tolerances. Their shields expanded, overlapped, and became one boiling wall of corrupted energy. Behind them, The heavier warships adjusted course. There. Nova batteries, Gilliman said. Primary solutions upon the second echelon. Overlapping fire. Do not engage the leading ships. Commands flashed. Across the Imperial line, Nova cannons fired. The recoil shuddered through vessels kilometers long. Projectiles accelerated into the dark, each shell the mass of a fortress tower, moving at a fraction of light speed. They passed through the enemy's sacrificial screen without impact. Then they struck the ships behind it. Void shields collapsed in sheets of electric fire. One traitor Grand Cruiser vanished from the hololith before the image of its destruction reached the strategium. Another broke along its spine, its armored flanks peeling apart as internal atmosphere erupted in a white cloud full of bodies and wreckage. "Launch torpedoes," Gilliman ordered. "Staggered spreads. First wave high, second wave below system plane, third wave delayed by 16 seconds. The Lord Admiral repeated the command. Torpedo salvos streamed from the Imperial fleet. Thousands of warheads crossed the void in ordered waves, engines igniting and dying according to preloaded patterns. The first spread drew enemy interceptors upward. The second forced escorts beneath their capital ships. The third entered the disorder and detonated among vessels stripped of supporting screens. McCragger's honor advanced, not directly. Gilliman had no intention of allowing pride to dictate geometry. The Gloriana-class battleship turned upon an oblique vector, dragging the strongest elements of the Imperial line across the enemy's flank. Its engines burned with the brilliance of a small star. Gun decks opened, lance turrets tracked. "Escort screen Aurelius," Gilliman said. "Advance." The designated squadrons obeyed. Frigates and destroyers surged ahead, too few to survive the fire gathering against them. Their captains knew it. They maintained formation regardless. Enemy batteries answered. Macro shells struck the escorts in waves. Void shields flashed, failed, and died. A sword-class frigate vanished beneath intersecting lance beams. Another destroyer rolled onto its side with half its hull missing, burning crew and shattered armor spiraling from the wound. The screen did not break. It died in position. Behind its wreckage, McCragger's honor and the capital ships of the battle line reached optimal range. "Fire," Gilliman said. The void became murder. Below the fleet engagement, Vespera Tertius drowned in artillery. Traitor shells fell across the northern continents in salvos so dense that the sky never cleared between impacts. Trenches disappeared beneath columns of mud, blood, and broken ferrocrete. Entire regiments ceased to exist in the time it took Vox officers to report their coordinates. A shell struck the main line of the Mordian 173rd. The explosion lifted men, armor plate, and tons of earth into a single ascending cloud. Bodies came apart before they touched the ground. Legs fell without torsos. A severed head struck the vision slit of a Lehman Russ and burst like rotten fruit, coating the armor in teeth, hair, and grey brain matter. The next barrage found the support trenches. Men were compressed into the walls by blast pressure. Their lungs ruptured. Blood sprayed from noses and mouths. Those nearest the impacts were reduced to red vapor and powdered bone that settled over survivors as warm rain. Through it came the Krieg. The siege regiments advanced beneath gas masks and grey greatcoats, their formation unbroken by casualties. They climbed from trenches already half filled with corpses and moved across mud churned with ash, chemical runoff, and liquefied human remains. Their boots sank ankle deep. In places, the ground sucked at them with bubbles of intestinal gas. They did not slow. Behind them, manticores elevated their missile racks. The first barrage screamed overhead. Warheads separated above the traitor rear lines and descended in burning clusters, saturating gun pits, ammunition dumps, and infantry reserves. Fire rolled across kilometers of occupied ground. Men ignited inside their armor. Artillery crews ran from their emplacements, trailing burning skin. Baneblades advanced through the smoke. Their tracks crushed the dead into the mud. Demolisher shells broke bunkers apart. Autocannon fire scythed through charging cultists. A shadow sword settled its volcano cannon upon a traitor engine moving between hab block ruins. The weapon fired. Sunlight erupted at ground level. The beam punched through the enemy tank, through the manufactorum behind it, and into the hillside beyond. Metal became vapor. Crewmen became shadows inside a flash of white plasma. The Bane blade beside the shadow sword lost every exposed sensor to the heat. The traitor artillery continued. That was the first fact Dante brought to Guilliman. The Lord Regent of Imperium Nihilus entered the Strategium, while the naval battle burned across the hololith. He wore the golden plate of his office and the death mask of Sanguinius. Blood streaked one pauldron. A crack ran through the sculpted cheek of the mask. Dante bowed his head. "My Lord Primarch, report. The enemy has committed
Another 12 army groups against Tertius. They possess sufficient strength to turn our western flank, but they have not attempted it." Guilliman enlarged the planetary display. Chaos formations burned red across the continents. "They are reinforcing failed assaults," he said. "Yes. They are ignoring the polar generator complexes. Yes. They could cripple our orbital batteries within 6 hours if they redirected a fraction of their armor. They have not done so." Guilliman watched the casualty tallies increase. "What is your conclusion?" Dante removed his death mask. His face was ancient, more exhausted than any mortal face had the right to be. Blood darkened the corner of his mouth. Whether it belonged to him or another, Guilliman could not tell. "The assault is strategically irrational," Dante said. "They are not seeking to take the worlds. They are not seeking to break the line. Their fleets are entering our guns in formations that invite destruction, and their ground forces are dying against positions they could bypass." "Bait," said Holt. Dante looked at the Admiral. "No, bait preserves the hook." Guilliman understood. "They want casualties." "On both sides," Dante said. "They are feeding men into our fire, but every attack forces us to spend lives stopping them. The deaths are the objective." The Strategium doors opened again. Mephiston entered without escort. The chief librarian of the Blood Angels moved with a stillness that made the mortal officers nearby avert their eyes. His face was pale even beneath the crimson illumination of the command deck. His armor bore no visible damage, yet blood ran slowly from beneath his gorget. Dante's expression hardened. "You were ordered to remain within the Librarius." "I was," Mephiston replied. "You disobeyed." The walls began speaking. No one answered that. Mephiston approached the hololith. Warp light from the enemy fleet flickered across his features. "The Astronomicon has changed," he said. Guilliman's gaze remained upon the tactical display. "Changed how?" "It is no longer merely a beacon." "That is imprecise." "Yes." Mephiston's eyes shifted toward him. That single movement carried the weight of something looking through the librarian from very far away. "The light is moving with intention," Mephiston said. "It travels through the Empyrean as hunger travels through a starving beast. It touches every mind that turns toward it." "The Emperor," Dante said. Mephiston did not look at him. "I did not say that name." Silence settled over the Strategium. Guilliman turned fully. "What do you perceive?" "A shadow cast by the master of mankind, not his absence, not his opposite." Mephiston's voice remained quiet. "An appetite wearing the memory of a man." The words disturbed Guilliman more than any alarm. A burst of static tore across the noosphere. Servitors screamed strings of corrupted Binharik. The hololith flickered, and Cowl's image appeared above the Attilan Gap as a fractured assembly of red-robed forms. "Lord Guilliman," said several of Cowl's voices at once, "transmission integrity is unacceptable. Therefore I shall dispense with all ceremonial inefficiency." "Proceed." "The Noctilith lattice beneath the Attilan works is no longer suppressing empiric pressure. It is amplifying it." Data flooded the display. Prayer density, psychic resonance, death projections, emotional discharge.
Gilliman read faster than any mortal present. The pattern was unmistakable. "Agony," he said. "Correct," Cole replied. "Agony, terror, devotion, rage. The lattice is converting mass human emotion into a coherent psychic current." "Directed where?" Cowl's image glitched. "Terror." The word struck harder than enemy fire. For one instant, Gilliman was not aboard Macragge's honor. He stood again before the golden throne. He remembered the light. He remembered the pressure of his father's attention, vast enough to reduce identity to fragments. The Emperor had regarded him as son, tool, failure, hope, weapon, and property, all at once. None of the thoughts had possessed primacy. They had existed as separate minds sharing one wound. Gilliman had left Terra believing the Emperor broken. Now he saw another possibility. The fragments were not healing. They were gathering, not around compassion, not around wisdom, not even around the old dream of human unity, around necessity, around the aspect willing to spend any life, destroy any world, and commit any atrocity if the result could be named survival. A warning klaxon sounded. The central defense line on Vespera Tertius disappeared beneath a bloom of warp energy. Demons poured through. They came in impossible numbers, climbing from ruptured soil, from corpses, from the open mouths of the living. Horned things hacked through trench lines. Winged predators descended upon artillery batteries. Vast shapes strode behind them, each footfall flattening tanks and infantry together. "Commit the reserve Titans," Gilliman ordered. "Redeploy the 8th and 9th Armored Armies. Dante, prepare orbital insertion against the breach's northern boundary." The Astronomicon answered first. Black gold fire fell from the sky. It passed through cloud, void shields, armor, and flesh. Demons vanished within it. Greater entities came apart screaming, their bodies stripped into burning strands before being erased. The breach collapsed, as if crushed by an unseen hand. The fire continued. It crossed the Imperial lines. 7 million soldiers died. They did not burn as men burned. There was no time for flame to consume skin or organs. Their bodies became white silhouettes, then blackened statues, then drifting ash. Tanks softened into glass. Artillery pieces sagged upon molten tracks. The souls of the dead did not enter the warp. Mephiston gasped. Gilliman heard the sound and knew. What happened to them? The librarian stared at the empty places where millions of human spirits should have screamed into the Empyrean. They were taken. The strategium dissolved around Gilliman in teleportation light. Moments later, he stood upon Vespera Tertius. The battlefield had become a plain of glass. Ruined baneblades lay fused into the earth. Human shadows covered the ground, burned permanently into the vitrified surface. Some knelt. Some reached upward. Some held one another in their final instant. Survivors emerged from distant trenches. They fell to their knees. Men with burned faces raised bloody hands toward the sky. Priests stumbled among them, laughing and weeping, proclaiming deliverance. A preacher climbed onto the remains of a chimera and lifted a broken aquila above his head. "The Emperor has saved us." Thousands repeated the words. Gilliman walked through them. He saw helmets filled with ash, rifles fused to skeletal hands. A guardsman's body ended at the waist where the fire had crossed him, his exposed organs cauterized into black ropes. The preacher approached. "My lord," he cried, "witness his mercy, witness his power." Gilliman looked across the 7 million dead. His father had won. No sane commander would have called it victory. He opened a fleet-wide channel. All surviving naval formations will disengage according to Gilliman Pattern 7. Ground armies will abandon non-essential positions and begin immediate embarkation. Mechanicus assets are to withdraw toward the Attilan Gap. Every operational vessel, regiment, engine cohort, and chapter force will converge upon Cowl's lattice. The preacher stared at him. "Abandon this world? Lord, the Emperor has already delivered us." Gilliman turned. The Primarch's face held no anger. anger was too small. "That was not deliverance," he said. Behind him, the glass plane reflected the black-gold light of the Astronomicon. It was expenditure. The forest ended where the dead city began. Lionel Johnson stepped between two black trunks and found himself standing beneath a sky without stars. The path behind him remained narrow and silvered by moonlight, winding between the trees of whatever impossible realm had carried him there. Ahead, Vanheim burned beneath a firmament of ash. The shrine world had possessed no forests. He knew this before his boots crossed the boundary. The knowledge came as instinct rather than recollection, the same cold certainty by which he judged the killing reach of a blade or the hidden weakness in a fortress wall. Vanheim had been a world of cathedrals, ossuaries, and processional cities. Its mountains had been quarried away to build monuments to the Emperor. Its rivers had been buried beneath pilgrim roads. Every scrap of arable soil had vanished, beneath marble, ferrocrete, and devotional stone. Now trees grew through everything. Roots as thick as land raiders had split the avenues. Black branches pierced rose windows and coiled around cathedral spires. Trunks had erupted through hab blocks, reliquaries, and mausoleums, lifting entire structures upon spreading roots. Faces bulged from the bark. Men, every one of them, pilgrims, priests, soldiers, the newly dead and the long decayed. Their features strained from the wood as though imprisoned beneath its surface. Some slept, others screamed without sound. A few turned their eyes toward the lion as he passed. Blood seeped from the roots. It did not pool upon the ground. It gathered in glistening beads, trembled, then rose into the lightless heavens. Crimson droplets drifted upward through the branches in slow procession, vanishing into the black sky. The lion rested one hand upon fealty's pommel. His sons emerged from the forest behind him. Inner circle companions came first, silent giants in bone-white robes worn over dark plate. Their great blades remained sheathed, but their hands stayed near the grips. They moved with the wordless vigilance of warriors, whose lives had become an oath no outsider could be permitted to understand. Dark angels followed in disciplined files, intercessors, hellblasters, blade guard, veterans carrying heraldry painted over older colors. Among them walked the redeemed, warriors once named fallen by a brotherhood too wounded and too proud to admit the simplicity of that judgment. The lion knew the truth of each man beside him. He had looked into their souls and found shame in some, defiance in others, loyalty buried beneath centuries of bitterness in many. He had forgiven those who deserved forgiveness. The rest had not left the forest. A knight in ancient black plate approached. His armor bore neither chapter number nor company badge, only a sword broken across a field of dark green. "My liege," said Zabriel. The lion studied the city. Vanheim's central cathedral dominated the horizon. Its towers had been altered into horns of iron and bone. Vast banners hung between them, crimson cloth inscribed with passages from the Book of Lorgar. Braziers burned upon battlements where saints had once stood. Their flames were green. "Word-bearers," Zabriel said. "I can see that. 3 host formations by the Auspex returns, more beneath the Basilica districts. Mortal strength is indeterminate." "It is irrelevant." Zabriel inclined his head. He had learned the lion's manner swiftly. Questions were tolerated when needed. Commentary rarely was. A flight of gunships crossed above the cathedral city. Their hulls were angular and scarred, assault craft of the 17th Legion, escorted by demon engines with wings of brass. They did not alter course toward the forest. The enemy had not seen them, or believed they had not. The lion watched the distant formations. He marked the bastions, the avenues, the elevated gun emplacements, and the towers whose silhouettes concealed augur arrays. Word-bearer armor moved along the western wall in ritual columns. Their mortal auxiliaries filled the streets in processions, chanting beneath icons made from nailed bodies. The city was not defended as a fortress. It was arranged as an altar. "The traitors expect an assault from the southern pilgrimage gate," said Zabriel. "They have prepared for the battle they desire, and we shall deny it to them." The lion looked at him. "You are learning." He divided his force without ceremony. Deathwing teleport transponders were seeded by scouts moving through the ossuary tunnels. Ravenwing squadrons withdrew into the forest and emerged kilometers away, beyond the city's eastern wall, where no conventional route connected one place to the other. Hellblaster cadres occupied bell towers overlooking the principal avenues. The Redeemed Sons entered through crypts whose seals had not been disturbed since before the Great Rift split the Imperium. The Lion gave each force a boundary and an hour. No speeches, no declarations. The hunt began in silence. Word-bearer patrols vanished first. Apostolic sentries disappeared from watchtowers, leaving only blood and severed vox lines. Legionaries guarding the ossuary roads died beneath blades thrust through the joints of their armor. Mortal scouts found bodies hanging in the dead trees, their armor opened from throat to groin, their organs arranged beneath them in the shape of the winged sword. The traitors responded as expected. They reinforced the outer walls. The Lion allowed them to. Word-bearer squads abandoned the central districts to hunt what they believed were scattered infiltrators. Their commanders divided their strength, sending warriors into narrow streets and crypt complexes where the Dark Angels waited in concealed firing positions. The first bolter report sounded somewhere beneath the western transept, then another. The city erupted. Plasma fire illuminated the cathedrals in white-blue flashes. Hellblasters fired from the galleries, superheated discharges striking corrupted ceramite with the violence of caged suns. Word-bearers vanished inside boiling light. Armor ran molten across blackened bones. One legionary staggered from the blast, with half his torso burned open, his fused hearts pulsing visibly behind ribs that had become red glass. He raised his bolter. A second plasma bolt struck his head. Helm, skull, and brain became incandescent vapor. The Lion advanced through the pilgrim quarter with the inner circle companions beside him. Mortal cultists charged from ruined chapels, screaming prayers to the powers behind the veil. They wore parchments nailed through their skin and iron masks shaped into the faces of weeping saints. The Lion drew fealty. The blade left its scabbard with a clear metallic note. He met the first rank alone. Fealty passed through a cultist's chest and removed the upper body from the lower. The next man swung a chain axe. The Lion broke his arm with the rim of the Emperor's shield, then stamped him into the stones. Ribs burst through the man's back. Blood flooded from beneath the Primarch's boot. The companions entered the mob. Their great blades moved in controlled arcs, severing bodies as though cutting wet cloth. Heads bounced across marble steps. Arms spun through incense smoke. A cultist fell to his knees, attempting to gather his intestines as they slipped from his opened abdomen. A companion thrust a blade through the man's mouth and pinned him to the floor. The Dark Angels did not roar. They did not curse. Target runes blinked across their retinal displays. Ranges altered. Ammunition counts diminished. The dead accumulated. A deep concussion rolled across the city. Deathwing Terminators teleported into the command basilica. They materialized within the Word-bearer's inner sanctum amid a storm of displaced air and crackling energy. Their arrival hurled mortal priests from their feet. Storm bolters opened before the teleport glare had faded. Mass reactive shells crossed the chamber in disciplined bursts. A Word-bearer. Dark Apostle raised an accursed Crozius and began an invocation. 3 bolts struck his chest, penetrated the embossed plate, and detonated inside him. His ribcage burst outward. Wet fragments of both hearts struck the altar behind him. Deathwing knights lowered their maces. The basilica became an abattoir. Outside, Ravenwing engines screamed along the eastern avenues. Black-armored outriders and attack bikes emerged from smoke in spearhead formation, plasma talons firing into retreating traitors. Land speeders skimmed above the corpse-choked roads, assault cannons chewing through armor, masonry, and flesh. Survivors fled toward the central plazas. Exactly as the Lion intended, they found every exit closed. Dark Angels' firing lines occupied the colonnades. Heavy bolters rested upon shattered saint statues. Bolt rifles tracked movement through the haze. The traitors poured into the plazas in disordered masses. Word-bearers mixed with cult militia, demonkin, and wounded legionaries trailing blood from ruptured armor seals. The Lion gave one word: fire. The plaza ceased to contain an army. Bolter volleys struck with such density that individual detonations became a single continuous thunder. Men exploded into red mist. Legionaries came apart in sections, armor plates spinning away with limbs still inside them. A demonkin brute charged through the first fusillade, its swollen flesh absorbing shells until its torso opened and released a flood of organs, worms, and black blood. Plasma followed. The center of the plaza became a lake of burning meat. Those at the rear tried to retreat. Ravenwing units struck them from behind, herding the survivors back into the killing ground. They died standing upon the remains of those who had fallen before them, boots sinking into a steaming slurry of blood, powdered bone, and liquefied fat. The Lion watched until resistance collapsed. Then he turned away. Victory was not measured by the spectacle of slaughter. It was measured by what remained capable of opposing his purpose. A signal pulsed across his helm display. One of the redeemed had found something beneath the cathedral. The chamber lay below the crypts, beyond doors engraved with inverted aquilas. The stone steps descending to it were slick with blood. Human hands had been nailed to the walls at regular intervals, palms outward, each bearing a devotional brand of the imperial eagle. The Lion smelled incense, excrement, and burned flesh. He entered with Zabriel and 3 companions. The cultists below did not wear the symbols of chaos. They wore white robes. Golden aquilas hung from their necks. Their heads were shaved, and the words of the imperial creed had been cut into their scalps. They knelt around crucified captives. Loyal citizens hung beneath inverted symbols of the emperor. Hooks pierced their wrists, shoulders, and knees. Some remained alive. Their bodies shook as blood ran down channels carved into the floor. An elderly priest stood at the chamber's center. His vestments were fashioned from pages torn from prayer books and stitched together with human sinew. He smiled when he saw the Lion. The sun returns. The Lion crossed the chamber. The priest did not retreat. You profane his symbol, the Lion said. No, we correct it. The priest lifted both hands toward the inverted aquila. The old faith begged the master of mankind to shield us. The new revelation demands that we offer ourselves to his judgment. A captive coughed. A clot of blood fell from his mouth and rose toward the ceiling. The priest watched it with reverence. Every death is a brick in his palace. Every scream is a voice in his choir. Every soul given willingly draws the king of final ruin closer to his throne. The Lion seized him by the throat. The priest's feet left the floor. Who taught you that name? The man's smile widened, despite the pressure crushing his windpipe. The light. The Lion closed his hand. The priest's neck collapsed. Bone ground against bone. His tongue bulged between his teeth. When the Lion released him, the body struck the floor with its head resting at an angle no living spine permitted. Zabriel moved among the captives, cutting them down. One was already dead. Another tried to speak and managed only bubbles of blood. A third whispered, "He sees us." The Lion looked toward the far wall. A word-bearer hung there, pinned by a dark angel's blade through one shoulder. His armor had been stripped from the torso. Ritual scars covered every part of his grey flesh. One lung protruded between broken ribs, inflating and collapsing like a red bladder. The legionary laughed. Even wounded, the sound carried the depth of an Astarte's throat. The Lion approached him. You led this cult.
The word-bearer's eyes glittered. We opened their minds. We did not choose what entered. Speak clearly. You still believe the four seek only worship. The traitor coughed black blood over his chest. You mistake hunger for vanity. The lion placed fealty's point beneath the warrior's chin. Why do they fear this king? The word-bearer grinned. Because he will not join the game. The blade pressed deeper. Blood ran down the steel. The traitor continued. Khorne would have his wars. Tzeentch would have his designs. Nurgle would have his endurance. Slaanesh would have his devotion. Yet the thing forming upon terror is not a rival warlord dividing the spoils. His laughter became wet. It is the ending of division, the death of distance between man and master. A god who will consume the species that made him, then burn a road through the warp, with all humanity screaming inside his light. The lion drove fealty upward. The point entered beneath the jaw and emerged through the crown of the skull. The word-bearer convulsed. One eye ruptured under the pressure, spilling fluid down his cheek. The lion withdrew the blade. The corpse slid from the wall. Heat spread across his left arm. The Emperor's shield glowed. Its engraved surface brightened until the chamber vanished behind golden radiance. The lion saw images, moving across the relic's face. Terror burned beneath a black sun. The golden throne stood empty. A figure sat beyond it, too vast for mortal proportion, armored in darkness edged with gold. Its throne had been built from fused skeletons. Billions of bodies formed its steps. The dead were not still. Their jaws opened and closed in endless prayer. The figure turned its head. The lion felt the gaze touch him. The vision ended. The shield remained hot enough to char the air. "My liege?" Zabriel asked. The lion did not answer. He left the chamber and entered the forest alone. The trees received him. Vanheim vanished behind black trunks and drifting blood. The path turned beneath his feet, leading somewhere deeper than distance. No moon shone above. No wind moved the branches. A man waited in a clearing. He wore golden armor fashioned in an age before the Imperium had drowned itself in incense. His face was noble, severe, and impossibly familiar. Dark hair framed eyes containing the light of extinguished suns. The Emperor, as he had appeared during the Great Crusade. Not the corpse upon the throne, not the wounded thing Guilliman had described. The conqueror, the father, the lie. "Lion," the apparition said. The Primarch drew fealty. The Emperor regarded the weapon without concern. "The first will be whole again, every son restored, every shame erased. You will command them as you were always meant to command them. Against whom? Everything that refuses unity." The lion circled. The warp? The warp? The alien? The alien? Humanity? The apparition smiled. Humanity most of all? There it was. The promise had been shaped for him with care. Command, restoration, a legion reborn. The old wounds excised by decree. Too careful, too complete. The lion stepped forward and drove fealty through the apparition's throat. The blade emerged from the back of its neck. The Emperor did not fall. Sunlight poured from the wound. It ran down the Primarch's gauntlet in molten streams, burning the earth wherever it struck. "You have always confused loyalty with affection," the apparition said around the steel. "Loyalty is obedience. It has never required love." The lion twisted the blade. "Then you should have forged better sons." He tore fealty free. The apparition broke apart into black ash and golden fire. A transmission rune appeared upon the lion's helm. Guilliman's voice followed, degraded by empiric interference, but unmistakable in its controlled authority. "All available Imperial formations are to converge upon the Attilan Gap. Abandon secondary objectives. Preserve mobile strength. This order carries the authority of the Imperial Regent." The lion listened once, then again. He disliked the tone. Guilliman had always possessed a talent for turning necessity into administration,
and administration into command. Even now, separated by the Great Rift and facing a threat neither fully understood, his brother spoke as though the galaxy were a ledger awaiting correction. Yet the order was sound. That mattered more. Guilliman had stood before their father's broken mind. He had endured that regard and returned capable of speech. Of all living beings, he alone might understand what had begun upon Terra. The forest shifted. The path ahead opened between trees whose roots burned with green machine light. Beyond them lay no wilderness and no shrine world. A vast chamber of blackstone rose beneath a ceiling lost in darkness. Noctilith pylons towered like the ribs of a dead god. Skitarii fought across gantries below, galvanic fire flashing against demon engines formed from iron, brass, and human remains. Sirens wailed in Binharik. Somewhere beyond sight, machinery screamed prayers to itself. Cowl's installation, the Atalan Gap. The lion stepped onto the path. Behind him, the forest of Vanheim ignited. Black flames climbed the trunks. The faces in the bark opened their mouths. Billions of distant voices whispered through the fire, each speaking the same name with reverence, terror, and hunger. The Dark King. Belisarius Cawl had built a machine large enough to wound astronomy. It did not possess a single hull, a single reactor, or any boundary that could be marked upon a chart. It existed across the Atalan system as a constellation of iron, blackstone, and stolen principles. Forge stations orbited, dead moons. Construction docks encircled planetoids stripped to their cores. Processional chains of ore carriers moved between manufactoria, while attendant fleets guarded them beneath the guns of the Arc Mechanicus Dominus ex Nihilo. At the center stood the Noctilith lattice. The pylons rose from asteroids, orbital bastions, and the crusts of worlds murdered for their mineral wealth. They were too smooth to be imperial and too ancient to be Mechanicus. Their angles offended human perspective. Their surfaces swallowed light, yet reflected the Great Rift as veins of bruised color. Cawl had connected them with technology stolen, adapted and sanctified through necessity. Captured Necron control structures hung within kilometer-wide cages of adamantium. Their resurrection protocols had been severed. Their command matrices had been dissected beneath stasis fields. Entire cohorts of Skitarii guarded chambers, whose existence would have justified Cowl's execution upon half the forge worlds of the Imperium. He considered this evidence of inadequate imagination among his peers. The project possessed one purpose. It would impose order upon the Atalan Gap, not permanently. Cawl had long ago learned to distrust permanence. The galaxy possessed a cruel talent for proving every absolute temporary. He required only a corridor stable enough for fleets to cross the Great Rift without losing half their vessels to empiric storms, temporal displacement, or demonic predation. A navigable wound, a controlled impossibility, a road through hell. The machine had been close to success. Then it had learned to pray. Cawl observed the first symptom through the senses of 912 servitors. The same phrase moved through all their mouths. They whispered it in High Gothic, not the damaged cant of labor thralls, not devotional fragments recycled from implanted catechisms. The pronunciation was exact. The cadence was archaic. Several of the words had not appeared in approved Mechanicus lexicons since before the schism of Mars. The engine awaits the king. The servitors repeated it without pause. One had no tongue, another possessed no organic throat. A third was little more than a human brain suspended within coolant gel, yet the words vibrated through the walls of its containment vessel. Cawl isolated them. The prayer continued through the bulkheads. Engine seers began receiving Binharik petitions from dormant machinery. Auspex arrays requested absolution. Reactor governors submitted confessions of imagined sins. A deactivated macroclade command throne transmitted a litany asking to be made worthy of consumption. Then the weapons began firing. Whenever the black sun above Terra pulsed through the Astronomicon, defense batteries discharged without command. Plasma incinerators emptied into sealed armories. Point defense cannons tracked invisible targets and filled the void with tracer fire. A defense laser mounted upon the moon designated Attilan Minoris fired through 3 friendly transports before its power relays could be severed. 30,000 labor thralls died in vacuum. The machine registered their deaths. The pylons brightened. Karl considered this correlation for 0.8 of a second. 7 of his internal consciousness partitions began simultaneous analyses. Sabotage, empiric contamination, Xenos reactivation, doctrinal punishment, structural resonance, divine intervention, coincidence. The final possibility was deleted. Coincidence was a term used by organisms incapable of observing sufficient data. Karl moved through the command cathedral of the Dominus ex nihilo upon a throne of articulated limbs. Mechadendrites trailed behind him like the roots of a metal tree. His primary body towered over the Magi clustered beneath the vaulted ceiling, though only a fraction of his mass was present. Parts of him existed throughout the Arc Mechanicus. Additional organs slept inside armored reliquaries. Memory stacks occupied chambers larger than palaces. Karl was not contained by his body. His body was merely where he concentrated. "Recalculate the polarity cascade," he ordered. A conclave of Magi answered in Binharic. The reply entered his noosphere as layered bursts of machine code, too rapid for human speech and too contaminated by fear to be elegant. The suppressive field remained operational. The pylon alignment remained within permitted tolerance. The empiric pressure, beyond the gap, had increased by a factor that rendered the original tolerances meaningless. Karl extended his awareness into the lattice. The contact hurt. Blackstone had no mind in any biological sense, but it remembered function. It could be encouraged, directed, and forced. Its nature shifted according to orientation, becoming a weapon against the warp or an amplifier of its influence. Karl tasted the polarity. Inversion. Someone had turned the lattice inside out. He followed the flow. Energy entered from every inhabited system within reach. Not electrical charge, not radiation. The pylons gathered less measurable forces. Prayer offered in trenches. Agony released beneath bombardment. The final terror of executed prisoners. The ecstasy of flagellants. The hatred of soldiers killing beneath imperial banners. The obedience of billions who believed suffering was sacred. Every death became a pulse. Every act of devotion became current. The lattice collected it all, refined it, and transmitted the gathered pressure along a vector aimed through the great rift, toward terror. Call ceased moving. The command cathedral continued around him. Servitors recited ammunition states. Magi disputed containment strategies. Warning sigils multiplied across the noosphere. One internal voice laughed. Another began a prayer to the Omnissiah. Karl suppressed both. "Reverse all primary phase couplings," he commanded. "Sever the tertiary resonance trunks. Place the Necron control matrices under complete isolation." Archmagos Hester Frail turned his cluster of optical lenses toward Karl. "Complete isolation will terminate the corridor project." "Yes. The expenditure of resources has exceeded the production of 3 major forge worlds." "Yes. Centuries of labor will be rendered void." Karl's cranial optics focused upon him. "Archmagos, I have observed your objection. I have catalogued it. I have assigned it an importance value approaching 0. Frail lowered his head. The reactor beneath them screamed. It did not sound mechanical. The vibration rose through the Arc Mechanicus as the bellow of something being born inside a furnace. Deck plating buckled. Conduits tore free from walls. Coolant pipes ruptured and filled the command cathedral with freezing vapor. Karl turned his senses inward. The central reactor was opening. Not failing. Opening. He transmitted shutdown commands. The reactor answered with a prayer. Cables erupted from the floor. They writhed across the cathedral, impaling servitors and dragging them toward the central dais. One cable entered a gun servitor through the mouth and emerged from the back of its skull. Another wrapped around an engine sear and tightened until augmetic limbs broke free and organic flesh squeezed through gaps in armor. Furnace plates tore from the walls. Molten metal flowed uphill. The pieces gathered above the command dais. Servitors screamed as they were lifted from their stations. Their bodies bent backward. Spines snapped. Skin split over ribs. Metal entered their wounds and filled them from within, transforming flesh into joints, cables and hinges. A body assembled itself. It possessed wings made from engine vanes and sharpened spars. A horned skull formed from furnace plating. Chains hung from its limbs, each terminating in hooks sunk through the faces of shrieking thralls. Vashtor the Archiphane opened eyes like cooling forge pits. "Belisarius call," he said. His voice passed through every machine on the Ark. Weapons safeties disengaged. Reactor temperatures increased. Thousands of servitors smiled. Carl extended 4 mechadendrites, each ending in a weapon muzzle. "You have entered without authorization." Vashtor examined the command cathedral. "I had authorization." "From whom?" "Your machine." Cal fired. A melter beam crossed the chamber and struck the demon's chest. Furnace armor became white liquid. The blast carved a hole through Vashtor's torso, revealing grinding cogs made from fused teeth. The Archiphane looked down at the wound. It closed around fresh metal drawn from the floor. "Uncivil," Vashtor said. "You manifested inside my reactor. I complimented your work by doing so." Alarms spread across the installation. Manufactorum decks lost pressure. Defense cohorts reported internal breaches. Demonic identifiers multiplied through the noosphere faster than Cal's systems could classify them. Vashtor spread his arms. "You have built the greatest altar in human history and insist upon calling it a machine. It is a machine. All altars are machines. They convert sacrifice into consequence." Cal transmitted kill orders throughout the Ark. Skitarii macroclades moved. Red-robed phalanxes advanced through manufactorum corridors beneath the command of demon engines climbed from the machinery. Some resembled predators forged from iron, their jaws containing circular saws and human tongues. Others dragged themselves on cable limbs, their bodies built from artillery carriages and screaming torsos. Flesh metal changed shape as it moved. Armor plates became claws. Exhaust vents opened into mouths. Radium fire struck the first wave. The irradiated rounds punched through metal and corrupted flesh, poisoning organic components with lethal saturation. Galvanic rifles cracked. Hypervelocity shots shattered skulls, optics, and exposed reactor nodes. The demon engines continued. One seized a Skitarius and bit through his torso. The warrior's augmetic legs remained standing, while his upper body vanished inside the engine's mouth. Blood and sacred oils jetted from the stump. Cataphron battle servitors rolled into the corridor. Plasma culverins discharged. The confined space became a furnace. Demon engines melted into glowing heaps. Skitarii caught within the overpressure ignited where they stood, robes burning away before skin and muscle blackened against their augmetics. Kaul watched every death through the noosphere. The pylons brightened. "Observe," Vashtor said. "Resistance improves the yield." Across the outer installation, the war expanded. Onaga dune crawlers braced their articulated limbs upon collapsing platforms. Neutron lasers fired, punching tunnels through flesh metal abominations large enough to swallow tanks. The beams left their targets hollow and burning, yet the corpses continued crawling until Skitarii demolition teams reached them with arc charges. Imperial knights strode from their sanctified hangars. House Tyrannus engines advanced across orbital gantries broad enough to support cities. Battle cannons thundered. Thermal lances cut through swarms of corrupted machines. Reaper Chain's words met demon blades with impacts that shook entire stations. A soul grinder climbed onto the main transit spine. Its lower body was a mass of bladed wheels and piston limbs. Its upper torso had been formed from the swollen remains of a demon, skin stapled to armor by chains the thickness of tree trunks. A knight-errant charged it. The thermal cannon fired at near-contact range. The soul grinder's chest became a crater of liquid brass and boiling organs. It answered with a cleaver that split the knight's carapace from shoulder to reactor. The pilot's compartment opened. The noble within was flung into the void, trailing blood and neural cables. The knight detonated. Both engines vanished inside a white sphere. The transit spine broke. Thousands of Skitarii fell into the gulf below, their red robes fluttering like scraps of meat cast into darkness. Farther out, something Titan-sized tore through Station Kappa. Its body had been assembled from a corrupted mining rig, an escort vessel's reactor, and enough flesh to fill a cathedral. Defense cohorts poured fire into it. Lascanon beams stripped armor. Missiles burst across its shoulders. It kept moving, crushing maniples beneath limbs made from cranes and vertebral columns. With every death, the Blackstone sang. Kol perceived the truth. Vashtor had designed the assault not to capture the installation, but to force Kol to defend it. Every shell fired, every soldier killed, and every reactor ruptured increased the energy flowing toward Terra. Conventional victory was collaboration. Kol divided his attention across the system. 3 outer stations maintained the lattice's connection to the manufactorum web. Each held hundreds of thousands of Skitarii, servitors, and labor thralls. He calculated alternatives. None produced survivable outcomes. He issued the order. Vent stations Theta, Iota, and Omicron. The command cathedral fell silent. Frail looked up. Those stations remain occupied. Yes, evacuation has not begun. There is no time. The internal voices returned. Murder, necessity, waste. Strategic correction. Heresy, mercy through speed. Kol allowed them to argue for 3 seconds. Then he silenced them. The project survives, he said, or its components become irrelevant. The stations opened to the void. Atmosphere erupted from 1,000,000 chambers. Skitarii were torn from gantries. Labor thralls struck bulkheads hard enough to burst. Men clawed at sealed doors as pressure stripped skin from faces and pulled eyes from sockets. Entire barrack halls emptied into space in storms of bodies, weapons, and frozen blood. The stations died. Kol detonated their connecting spines. Explosions severed the outer lattice from the core. The psychic current faltered. For one moment, the pylons dimmed. Vashtor applauded. The sound was transmitted through every Vox grill. Excellent. You understand sacrifice instinctively. I understand systems. The distinction is devotional. Kol launched a noospheric assault against the demon. Code weapons struck through the reactor network. Scrap code countered them. Data sanctums corrupted. Magi screamed as hostile machine logic entered their implants and rewrote memories into prayers. Kol pursued Vashtor through the system. The Archiphane divided across 1 billion devices. His presence moved through forge controls, weapon spirits, and servitor cortexes. Kol trapped fragments, destroyed them, and found each fragment laughing as it died. Then the central cipher vault opened. Kol felt the breach. The primary control cipher existed within a chamber, sealed behind physical isolation, psychic wards, and a logic maze designed by 17 versions of Kol, who no longer agreed with one another. Vashtor entered it through the concept of a lock. The cipher vanished. Kol's awareness recoiled. The Archiphane's manifestation began to collapse. Cables withdrew from flesh. Furnace plates tore away. The servitors forming his body fell in pieces, torsos split open and packed with cooling metal. Vashtor's skull remained longest. "You are too late," he said. "To achieve what?" "To prevent him from listening." The demon's eyes darkened. The Emperor has begun answering prayers he was never meant to hear. The skull broke apart. Every Blackstone pylon activated, not sequentially, together. The Attilan system vanished beneath a pulse of absolute darkness. Kol lost contact with every external sensor. For an instant, he possessed only the awareness contained within his primary body. The isolation was intolerable.
He experienced himself as a singular creature trapped inside metal and flesh. Then the universe returned. A corridor had opened through the Great Rift. It stretched beyond the Attilan installation as a tunnel of black gold radiance, its boundaries held by the Noctilith pylons. Warp storms recoiled from it. Demons caught along its edges were crushed into stains of unreality. The path was stable, fleet-capable, navigable. The project had succeeded. Kaol examined the far terminus. It did not open above Terra. It did not enter the Sol system at all. The corridor passed beneath distance, beneath matter, and beneath every defense surrounding the Imperial Palace. It emerged inside an abyss of ancient machinery, where conduits the size of hab blocks carried blood, power, and souls toward a throne older than the Imperium's faith. Kaol saw the golden throne through the data stream. He saw its mechanisms opening like the jaws of a god. And from somewhere within the machine, something looked back at him. The black sun burned where no sun had ever shone. It hung above the Eye of Terror, visible through the armored observation vaults of the vengeful spirit, and through walls that had not admitted light since the death of Horus. Its golden corona spread across the Empyrean in jagged wings, while its center remained perfectly dark. The Eye recoiled around it. Warp storms that had raged for 10,000 years bent away from the apparition. Demon worlds trembled in their impossible orbits. Constellations formed from screaming faces closed their mouths. Even the tides of unreality appeared to hesitate, as if the Immaterium itself had discovered the instinct to fear. Abaddon the Despoiler watched without reverence. He stood upon the command dais of the vengeful spirit, beneath banners taken from 1,000 conquered worlds. Terminator plate enclosed him in black and gold, scarred by wars that had outlived civilizations. The talon of Horus covered his right arm, its great claws folded, its built-in bolter silent. Drachnian rested in his left hand. The demon's sword shivered, not with eagerness, with hatred. The blade's edge distorted the air. Faces moved beneath its black surface, opening mouths in soundless fury. Drachnian had faced the Emperor before, when the master of mankind had still possessed living flesh and a mortal shape. It remembered. The ship remembered too. Bulkheads groaned throughout the ancient battle barge. Armored doors bowed inward. Chains hanging in forgotten chapels drew taut and pointed toward the black sun. Along the lower decks, possessed machinery sank upon piston limbs. It knelt. Gun servitors folded their weapon arms across their chests. Demon engines dragged claws through the decking and lowered horned skulls. A corrupted land raider in the 9th Armory crushed its own crew beneath its tracks while forcing its hull downward in supplication. Then the hosts began to rupture. Across the ship, demons tore themselves out of human flesh. Possessed legionaries screamed as bones lengthened and armor split. One warrior clawed at his breastplate until his gauntlets tore through ceramite. Horns erupted from his ribs. The demon within him forced itself out through his chest, dragging chains of intestine and strips of lung behind it. It did not attack. It crawled toward the nearest viewport and pressed its face against the armor glass. A word-bearer bound within a summoning circle vomited a serpent made from tongues. The creature fled into a ventilation shaft, shrieking that the king had opened his eye. In the slave decks, mortal crewmen heard a voice moving through the corridors, not from vox grills, not from speakers, from the walls. It spoke in High Gothic, in dead dialects from old Earth, in languages forgotten before the first stones of the Imperial Palace had been laid. Every listener heard different words: submit, return, be still, be mine. Crewmen fell prostrate. Others clawed their ears until they ripped cartilage from their skulls. A gangmaster drove a boarding spike through his own temple and continued praying after his brain began leaking down his cheek. Abaddon listened to the reports. His expression did not change. Around the command deck, Black Legion officers watched him rather than the phenomenon. Some hid their fear behind helms. Others displayed it openly, mistaking honesty for strength. The oldest warriors knew better. They had followed Horus into rebellion, survived the siege, and watched the dream of the War Master rot inside the eye. They knew the danger of gods offering gifts. A figure assembled itself beneath the black sun's reflection. Cables spilled from the deck. Furnace plates unfolded from walls. Brass hooks descended through the command vault, each dragging a screaming servitor. Molten metal flowed upward, shaping limbs, wings, and a horned skull. Vashtor the Archiphane emerged from the machinery. The Black Legion raised weapons. Abaddon did not. "Withdraw," he ordered. Bolters lowered. Vashtor inclined his head. "War Master, you enter my ship without invitation. Your vessel admitted me. The ship has admitted many parasites." The Archiphane looked beyond Abaddon toward the black sun. "And yet it kneels to only one." The Talon's claws flexed. "Choose your next words carefully." Vashtor's furnace eyes brightened. "I bring an opportunity, not an insult. The Emperor is crossing the final threshold. Soon there will be no corpse upon the golden throne, no failing beacon, no Imperium clinging to laws written by dead men. Speak plainly. The Imperium will end." Several warlords murmured approval. Vashtor spread his hands. Chains rattled from his wings. "You have spent 10,000 years breaking its worlds, bleeding its armies and undermining its faith. Now its own god prepares to annihilate it as a mortal civilization. Terror need not be conquered. The palace need not be stormed. Every cathedral, fortress, and throne world will become fuel for his ascension." Abaddon stared at the black center of the light. "And afterward?" "Afterward, nothing called the Imperium will remain." "That was not my question." Vashtor's mouth resembled a grate cut into a furnace. "Afterward, humanity will be united within him." There it was. Not victory, absorption. Abaddon saw the shape of the chain before Vashtor finished offering it. The Emperor would not merely destroy the Imperium, he would perfect it. Every human soul would become a fragment of his being. Every act of rebellion, every memory of freedom, every hatred nurtured through the long war would be swallowed and made part of the tyrant's divinity. The Emperor would achieve what Horus had failed to seize. Not rule over mankind, ownership of it. Vashtor continued. "A place may be prepared for you beside the Dark King. Your war has made his birth possible. Your Black Crusade split the galaxy. Your victories filled the warp with terror. You have earned consideration." "Consideration," Abaddon repeated. "A throne beneath his." The warlords reacted. Some lowered their heads. One dropped to a knee. Others shouted condemnation, but their anger carried uncertainty. They had spent millennia seeking ascension, patronage, or power. To many, the only objection to kneeling had always been the identity of the master. Lord Arcos of the Jagged Oath stepped forward. His Terminator armor was lacquered in black blood, and a crown of antlers rose from his helm. Human faces had been stitched across his cloak, their mouths sewn open around prayer strips. "War Master," Arcos said, "the offer deserves deliberation." Abaddon looked at him. "Does it? The Corpse Emperor's transformation will shatter the Four. The old war ends, a new dominion begins, and those who recognize it first will stand highest within it." An Iron Warrior warsmith struck the floor with his power maul. "We did not rebel to exchange one god for another." A sorcerer of the Black Legion laughed. "You rebelled because your father punished you. Do not dress grievance as principle." Weapons rose across the command deck. Abaddon allowed the quarrel to grow. He listened to them expose themselves. Some wished to aid the apotheosis and claim reward. Others wanted to offer their souls to the newborn god before the rest of humanity could be consumed. The youngest spoke of destiny, transcendence, and the ending of the long war. The oldest said little. They remembered the Emperor before the shrines, before the incense, before humanity had forgotten that he once walked among them as a warlord of flesh and blood. They remembered how he had created the Legiones Astartes, spent them across the stars, and discarded every son whose purpose had ended. Arcos raised both hands. "War Master, we have been offered the fulfillment of our cause. To refuse because the victor bears the face of our first enemy is sentimentality." Abaddon descended from the dais. The command deck fell silent. Arcos stood his ground. That was the only courage he showed. The talon of Horus struck before he could raise his weapon. Its claws closed around his helm. Ceramite screamed. Abaddon tightened his fist. The antlered crown snapped. Helm plating folded inward. Arcos's skull collapsed with it, bone breaking into wet fragments beneath the pressure. His eye lenses burst from their sockets. Blood and brain matter jetted through the grill of his faceplate. Abaddon continued squeezing. The ruined helm descended into the warrior's chest. Collar plating broke. Clavicles shattered. The talon drove the pulped remains of Arcos's head between his lungs until the traitor's torso bulged around Abaddon's fist. The corpse remained standing for a moment. Then its knees buckled. Abaddon withdrew the talon. Chunks of brain and splinters of helm clung between the claws. "No more deliberation," he said. No one answered. "We did not burn the galaxy so that the Emperor might inherit the ashes. We did not crawl from Terra's defeat, rebuild from Horus's failure, and wage the long war across 10,000 years, merely to kneel before a stronger incarnation of the same tyrant." He looked toward Vashtor. "If the Emperor becomes a god, every soul we sought to free becomes his flesh. Every rebellion becomes his memory. Every victory becomes an offering laid at his feet." The black sun pulsed. The vengeful spirit groaned around them. Abaddon raised Drachnion. "I refuse." The demon blade screamed. The sound entered the warp and drove lesser entities from the command deck. Vashtor's chains rattled. For the first time, the Archiphane's expression suggested something other than calculation. "Refusal does not stop a mechanism already in motion." "No," Abaddon said, "but destruction might." Vashtor's manifestation began to dissolve. "You will need the corridor at Attilan." "I know. You will need my cipher." "I will take it." "You will find the Emperor less vulnerable than when Horus faced him." Abaddon's mouth curved in something that was not a smile. "Horus went to Terra seeking a crown." He turned away. "I am going to break one." The Black Fleet answered his command. Across the Eye of Terror, warships ignited engines that had slept for centuries. Captured battleships tore free from orbital chains. Demon vessels uncoiled from storms and dragged themselves into real space. Corrupted escorts assembled in packs around the vengeful spirit. Arcs of Omen joined them. Each had been built around a space hulk, its core formed from vessels crushed together across millennia. Flesh metal infestations crawled between hulls. Cathedral towers grew from flight decks. Weapons batteries larger than cities moved upon tendons of steel and meat. The fleet turned toward the Great Rift. Its translation killed worlds. Warp pressure flayed the atmospheres from 2 demon planets and drew their inhabitants into the wake. Millions of screaming bodies stretched into threads behind the armada before vanishing into unreality. Abaddon watched the course projection. The route to Attilan passed through an arc controlled by Vashtor, a vessel carrying Blackstone components toward the Crown engine. It would not be permitted to arrive. The arc appeared as a continent of wreckage drifting beneath the black sun. Void shields flickered around its irregular hull. Vast engines burned from 3 separate sterns. Towers from forgotten warships jutted from its flanks at impossible angles. Abaddon ordered boarding range. The vengeful spirit opened fire. Lance beams carved glowing scars across the Ark's shields. Macro cannon shells struck in waves, detonating against the barrier until its surface resembled a cracking pane of violet glass. Demon escorts rushed to intercept. The Black Fleet swallowed them. Cruisers crossed at near collision distance, batteries hammering one another through failing shields. Corrupted frigates split beneath massed fire.
One demon vessel rammed a Black Legion battleship and buried its bladed prow through 6 decks before both ships exploded. The Ark's shields fluctuated. Abaddon raised the Talon. Now, teleportation consumed him. He materialized inside Carnage. The first rank of mortal defenders vanished beneath the displacement field. Bodies fused with bulkheads. One man appeared halfway inside a Terminator's leg plate, his torso erupting as the warrior stepped forward. Black Legion Terminators formed around Abaddon. Combi bolters fired. Mortal crewmen disintegrated under mass reactive shells. Torsos burst open. Limbs struck walls. A thrall carrying a plasma charge lost both legs and continued crawling until a Terminator crushed his skull beneath one armored heel. Demon engines surged from side passages. Chain blades met them, the corridor filled with grinding teeth and sparks. A Black Legionary drove his chain fist through a machine beast's jaw and tore upward, splitting its head into halves that sprayed burning oil and human teeth. Another warrior was seized by piston claws and ripped apart, his torso dragged free from his hips in a torrent of blood. Abaddon advanced through the center. The Talon killed at range, its bolter rounds punching through armor before the claws tore survivors apart. Drachnian passed through flesh metal without resistance. Every stroke opened wounds that screamed in voices older than mankind. The Black Legion cut toward the Ark's heart. Bulkheads sealed. They breached them. Kill servitors attacked. They dismantled them. Demonically animated weapons fired from ceilings and floors. Terminators died beneath beams of white heat, their bodies cooked inside armor until blood boiled from every joint. The survivors continued. At the reactor sanctum, Vashtor awaited them, not in flesh. His projection filled the chamber, a horned shape formed from smoke, sparks, and machine light. Behind him rotated the crown engine components, Blackstone rings, Necron control prisms, and conduits lined with the preserved nervous tissue of psychers. Drachnian shrieked. The blade pulled toward, the image with enough force to strain Abaddon's arm. Faces beneath its surface clawed toward Vashtor, not in hatred of the Arcaphane, but in recognition of what waited beyond him. The Emperor, the ancient enemy, the one being the blade existed to wound. Vashtor studied it. Your weapon understands the transaction better than you. Abaddon approached the reactor controls. It understands hatred. Hatred is among the most reliable forms of purpose. You should know. I know that the blade may prove more useful than the hand carrying it. Drachnian howled louder. Vashtor's projection leaned forward. When you stand before the throne, do you believe your will shall command the weapon? Or will its nature command you? Abaddon drove the Talon into the primary reactor column. The claws penetrated armor. He closed his fist around the conduits within and tore them free. Plasma erupted across the chamber. Warning sirens became a single unbroken wail. The Ark shuddered. Vashtor's projection flickered. You destroy millions to deny one birth. I have killed more for less. Then perhaps you understand the Emperor better than you admit. Abaddon cut the projection in half. Drachnian passed through smoke and machine light. The reactor split behind it. The Ark began to die. Black Legion teleport beacons activated. Surviving Terminators vanished in flashes of white fire as the reactor sanctum collapsed around them. Abaddon remained until the final moment. Through the widening fractures in the Ark's hull, he saw decks open to the void. Atmosphere erupted outward in continent-sized storms. Millions of crewmen, slaves, cultists, and machine thralls spilled from the vessel. Bodies tumbled through space in unending clouds. Some froze at once. Others burst as pressure vanished. The augmented survived longest, flailing among wreckage while the Ark broke into burning sections around them. Abaddon teleported aboard the Vengeful Spirit as the reactor detonated. The Ark vanished behind a sphere of black flame. Its destruction lit the bridge. The Black Fleet turned toward Attilan. Abaddon stood beneath the banners of the Long War, Drachnian growling in his grip, and the blood of a dead warlord drying upon the talon of Horus. "I did not break one throne," he said, "so that he might raise another." Terra became a prison before the Order reached the outer planets. The command propagated from the Imperial Palace through astropathic choirs, naval command relays, and defense networks, whose machine spirits had not received an order of comparable severity since the siege. It crossed Luna in pulses of encrypted light. It entered the Martian noosphere beneath layers of custodian authority. It reached the fortress stations guarding the Mandeville points and awakened protocols that had slept for 10,000 years. Absolute quarantine. No vessel would leave the Sol system. No pilgrim ship would approach Terra. No merchantman would break orbit. No diplomatic courier, black ship, Mechanicus Ark, troop carrier or vessel bearing the seal of a High Lord would cross the interdiction zone without the direct sanction of the Captain General. Any craft attempting departure would be destroyed. Battlefleet Solar obeyed, not willingly. On the bridge of the Emperor-class battleship Lord of Hosts, an admiral refused the authentication 3 times. He demanded confirmation from the Senatorum Imperialis, from the Lord High Admiral, and from the Master of the Administratum. The custodian tribune stationed beside him drew his sentinel blade. The 4th request was transmitted by the admiral's successor, while blood spread beneath the command throne. Across the system, warships altered their dispositions. Cruisers formed interlocking cordons around Terra, Luna, and Mars. Monitor stations armed their torpedo tubes. Orbital defense platforms brought Lance batteries to full charge and fixed them upon the refugee traffic gathering beyond the sanctioned approaches. Thousands of vessels had already attempted to flee. Their holds carried nobles, pilgrims, bureaucrats, soldiers, relic merchants, and ecclesiarchal delegations. Some broadcast emergency codes, others claimed plague, warp intrusion, or divine instruction. Several forced their engines beyond safe tolerance and drove toward the outer system beneath improvised escort. The first transport crossed the exclusion line near Luna. Its captain broadcast the names of 9 saints and begged permission to carry his passengers away from the Black Sun. The defense platform Invigilata fired once. A lance beam touched the transport's prow. Void shields collapsed. Armor became vapor. The vessel split from bow to stern, and 70,000 souls entered the void in a storm of bodies, burning atmosphere, and shattered devotional statuary. More ships followed. Battlefleet Solar killed them all. Trajan Valoris watched their deaths through the strategic display beneath the Sanctum Imperialis. Each destruction became a brief flare upon the hololith. Each flare represented a city's population. Each vanished without consequence beyond the quarantine line. That was the purpose of scale. At sufficient distance, atrocity became notation. The Captain General did not mistake the abstraction for innocence. Outer cordons report increasing instances of psychic contamination, said Shield Captain Amon Toramakian. Crews speak with voices not their own. Several vessels have attempted to lower shields and invite boarding by entities visible only to their astropaths. Destroy them before manifestation. Already done. Valoris regarded the tactical image of Terra. The black sun remained above the palace. Its radiance penetrated storm cover, armor glass, rock and metal. It shone through sealed chambers kilometers beneath the surface, appearing as a dark circle edged in gold whenever a man closed his eyes. The palace shook. A tremor passed through foundations broader than continents. Dust fell from vaulted ceilings. Ancient machinery began chanting behind walls, built before the Imperium had acquired a name for itself. The Golden Throne was feeding again. Not enough. Valoris opened a command channel to the Sol conduction vaults. "Commence the tithe ultima." Silence answered him. Then came a voice made thin by terror. "Captain General, the scheduled communion has already exceeded approved tolerances. The approved tolerances are obsolete. The reserve supply will be exhausted.
"Commence the tithe." The voice hesitated. Valoris did not repeat himself. Far below the palace, the holds of the black ships opened. Sanctioned psychers were dragged from restraint cells by armed wardens and mind-shackled servitors. Some had spent years awaiting examination. Others had reached Terra only hours before the interdiction sealed the system. Iron collars enclosed their throats. Null manacles bound their wrists. Chem injectors kept the most dangerous half-conscious. They understood where they were going. Most screamed. Some prayed. A few laughed until wardens broke their jaws with shock mauls. The corridors leading to the soul engines became choked with bodies. Psychers collapsed, fought and begged beneath the statues of imperial martyrs. Guards fired execution rounds into those who manifested power. One man's skin turned inside out, revealing muscles twitching beneath the lumen glow. A warden burned him with a flamer until his exposed organs burst in the heat. Another captive caused every nearby man to remember his own death. The wardens faltered. Sisters of Silence entered the passage. Their presence fell like winter upon the mind. Psychic force collapsed around them. The captive dropped to his knees, clawing at his throat as though deprived of air. A prosecutor drove her execution blade through his chest and left his body impaled upon the wall as the procession continued. Those who resisted were shot. Those who could walk were driven forward. Those whose legs had been broken were dragged. Thousands entered the soul conduction chambers alive. The machinery accepted them. Restraint frames closed around flesh. Needles penetrated spinal columns. Copper crowns descended over shaved skulls. Conduits filled with blood as the throne reached through cable, crystal, and ancient mechanisms to draw out what no instrument of the Mechanicus could properly measure. The first 1,000 died over several heartbeats. The next communion perished before their restraints had fully locked. Souls tore free. Bodies collapsed into emptied flesh, cheeks sinking against teeth, organs shriveling inside rib cages, eyes clouded, skin hardened into yellow parchment. Some captives screamed after death, their mouths continuing to move while the machinery consumed whatever remained. The palace brightened. The black sun contracted. For 3 minutes, the throne stabilized. Valoris studied the energy flow. The equation revealed itself without mercy. The Emperor's fragmented consciousness could resist the forming god. That resistance required strength. The throne provided strength by devouring human souls. Yet every sacrifice deepened the worship, terror and obedience feeding the Dark King through the warp. To preserve the man, they must feed the god. To delay the god, they must strengthen the man. The Emperor could remain himself only by consuming his species faster than humanity's devotion could transform him. Valoris understood. Understanding offered no alternative. An alarm sounded from the lower catacombs. It began as a single warning rune. Then 100 more ignited across his helm display. Empiric intrusion, multiple sectors, no external breach. The demons came through the palace itself. They emerged from murals first. Painted saints turned their heads within ancient frescoes. Their golden eyes opened. Fingers pushed outward from the images, stretching layers of pigment like skin. Haloed figures tore themselves from stone walls, their bodies changing as they entered reality. Wings became flayed arms. Smiling mouths opened from brow to groin. Incense smoke poured from empty rib cages. Statues followed. Marble angels cracked along their faces. Something wet moved inside them. Stone split, and demons crawled out wearing the broken features of the Emperor's servants as masks. Dead servitors began vomiting teeth. The teeth struck the floor, joined together, and built bodies from enamel, wire, and blood. One corpse opened its mouth wider than its skull allowed. A horned creature forced itself through the throat, shredding the dead man's face and wearing the torn flesh across its shoulders. Valoris entered the catacombs at the head of the custodian guard. The Silent Sisterhood advanced with them. Their black armor drank the golden radiance. Execution blades rested ready in gauntleted hands. They said nothing.
They did not require Vox commands to move with the 10,000. Old doctrines guided both orders, battle languages perfected during wars, erased from human history. The demons attacked. Custodians formed interlocking lines. Guardian spears fired between presidium shields. Bolts struck warp flesh and detonated inside bodies that possessed no consistent anatomy. Arms burst into clouds of flies. Horned skulls exploded. A creature made from fused pilgrims lost half its torsos beneath the volley and continued crawling upon the hands of the dead. The sisters advanced. Their null presence spread ahead of them. Lesser demons collapsed as the warp was denied to them. One winged horror struck the floor and became a heap of rotten livers. Another folded inward, horns and claws sinking into a swollen sack of pus that ruptured beneath a custodian's boot. The greater entities endured. A demon with 6 arms dropped from the ceiling. Each hand held a blade formed from the spine of a murdered saint. It struck at Shield Captain Tauramachian in a blur of edges. He caught 2 blows upon his shield. A third carved across his breastplate. Valoris severed the demon's upper limbs with the Watcher's axe. The weapon moved faster than mortal sight could follow. Its powered edge passed through warp flesh, bone and relic blades. Black blood erupted. Valoris reversed the stroke and removed the creature's head. The body continued fighting. Tauramachian drove his sentinel blade through its sternum. A sister of silence reached the demon's side and thrust her execution blade into its abdomen. The creature convulsed. Its form lost cohesion. Skin sagged. Arms fell away. It collapsed into steaming organs that spread across the floor beneath the custodian's boots. Eastern transept compromised. Vox Tribune Italeo. Seal the lower stairs. Civilian labor cohorts remained below. Seal them. Bulkheads descended. Men on the far side hammered against the closing doors. Their screams became louder as demons entered the passage behind them. Fingers appeared beneath the descending adamantium, clawing at the floor. The doors closed. The fingers were crushed into paste. The custodians advanced through blood deep enough to cover their boots. They did not roar. They did not invoke the Emperor's name. Target high. Confirmed. Right passage.
Engaging. Shield overlap. Acknowledged. Their voices remained precise as guardian spears thundered and blades dismantled bodies. An Alarus custodian drove his Castellan axe through a demon's neck, tore free its spine, and used the hooked bones to drag another entity into reach. A Galatus dreadnought cut a crimson arc through the horde, its warblade severing so many limbs that hands and talons rained across its sarcophagus. Valoris reached the central catacomb. The wall at the far end had opened into the warp. Not a portal, a wound. Beyond it, terror appeared as a burning sphere wrapped in chains of prayer. Something immense moved behind the world, placing black fingers around the planet as though testing its weight. Demons poured through the breach. They came beneath banners made from human skin. They carried weapons wet with the blood of future victims. Some wore the faces of men Valoris had known and watched die centuries earlier. A figure stepped from the wound wearing the image of Constantine Valdor. Valoris killed it before it spoke. The Watcher's axe split the false face, crossed the chest, and emerged beneath the opposite arm. The apparition separated into 2 pieces. Inside it writhed a mass of infant hands. The horde closed. Custodians fired until ammunition runes flashed empty. They locked guardian spears and fought with powered blades. The sisters held their line as demons tore at their armor, their silence more violent than any battle cry. A custodian fell. 3 entities dragged him down. Talons penetrated the joints of his plate. One ripped his helm away. Another hooked its claws beneath his jaw and peeled his face from the skull. He made no sound. His misericordia entered the throat of the creature above him before the others tore his head free. Valoris saw the death. He catalogued it. He continued killing. The black sun pulsed. The Emperor intervened.
Black gold radiance entered the catacombs without crossing the space between. It appeared inside everything. Demons froze. Their bodies became transparent, revealing smaller creatures clawing inside them. Then the light erased them. No banishment, no recoil into the warp. They ceased with such finality that the Empyrean wound screamed in their absence. The fire spread through the loyal ranks. Palace defenders stood motionless. Not the custodes, not the sisters, the mortal regiments behind them. Their eyes filled with gold, their mouths opened. Something invisible pulled upward through their bodies. Souls departed. Thousands died without falling. They remained standing for several seconds, rifles still gripped in hands, faces frozen between awe and pain. One officer completed the beginning of a salute, after his eyes had become empty. Then the bodies collapsed into ash. Armor, cloth, and weapons struck the floor around human silhouettes that no longer possessed flesh. The custodians looked toward Valoris. No condemnation entered his thoughts. The Emperor had destroyed the demons. The defenders had been expended in the act. The calculation was brutal, but brutality did not invalidate necessity. His conflict lay deeper. If the Emperor chose ascension, what was the duty of the 10,000? They had not been created to serve mankind. They guarded the Emperor. They had watched empires rise and fall around his silent throne. They had permitted cruelty, corruption, and ignorance to metastasize across 1,000,000 worlds because the master of mankind endured at the center of it all. If he chose to become something beyond humanity, the custodes might be required to defend that choice, even if his birth killed every man, woman, and child beneath the stars. The thought did not horrify Valoris. That absence did. A strategic alert crossed his helm. The outer palace districts had fallen. Pilgrims breached the processional barriers in numbers the defense cogitators could no longer enumerate. Grav tanks crushed thousands and vanished beneath millions more. Arbite's lines broke. Palace regiments withdrew towards secondary walls, while the dead piled high enough for the living to climb over fortifications. Heavy bolters opened fire. The processional roads became red rivers. Shells tore corridors through the crowds, bursting bodies into strips of meat. Flamers cast burning promethium across the avenues. Men ran while their skin peeled away. Tanks fired canister rounds at near-contact range, reducing entire congregations to clouds of blood, teeth, and powdered bone. The pilgrims continued chanting, "The Emperor judges." Solar-patterned battle tanks ground forward beneath waves of bodies. Tracks pulped the fallen. Intestines wound around drive sprockets. Crewmen used hull-mounted flamers until fuel lines overheated. Still, the masses advanced. Above the sanctum, the black sun changed shape. Its corona bent into points. A crown formed across the sky. Across Terra, corpses moved. Fresh dead turned their heads toward the palace. Bodies in morgues rotated upon steel tables. Skeletons shifted in ossuary vaults. Mummified saints sealed behind crystal open jaws that had been closed for millennia. Every dead face looked toward the Sanctum Imperialis. Valoris returned to the Silver Door. 300 custodians had entered the sealed approaches with him. Fewer now stood behind him. Blood darkened their auramite. Ash filled the joints of their plate. The survivors took position without command. The Silver Door trembled. No machine had been activated. No seal had been released. The ancient portal began to open. A line of black gold light appeared between its leaves. Heat rolled through the chamber. Custodians raised weapons, not knowing whether they prepared to defend what emerged or kneel before it.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Valoris stood alone at the threshold. The voice from the throne entered every mind in the palace. It was male. It was many voices. It was the Emperor and the thing forming around him. My sons are returning. The Silver Door opened wider. One will kneel. The black crown above Terra burned. One will burn. The battle began before either fleet saw the other.
Auspex ghosts appeared first, pale contacts flickering beyond the dead planets of Attilan. They multiplied across every tactical display until the void seemed crowded with vessels that did not yet exist. Astropaths screamed warnings through blood-filled mouths. Navigators sealed themselves inside their sanctums and refused to look directly into the warp. Then, reality opened. Imperial warships emerged in disciplined groups, translation flares burning white against the Great Rift. Battleships came first, their armored prows scarred by centuries of service. Cruisers followed in ordered squadrons. Mechanicus vessels translated surrounded by clouds of attendant craft, their hulls crowned with sensor spires, weapon shrines, and manufactorum towers. The fleet kept coming. Hundreds of capital ships entered the system. Thousands of escorts assembled around them. Troop transports, forge tenders, hospital ships, ammunition haulers, and bulk landers crowded the rear echelons. Across the opposite edge of the system, the warp ruptured again. The Black Fleet arrived in fire. The vengeful spirit emerged at the center of the Chaos Armada, vast enough to eclipse the lesser ships around it. Captured battleships translated beside it. Demon vessels dragged themselves into real space, trailing chains of screaming souls. Space hulks followed, fused wrecks infested with flesh metal and weapon batteries grown from bone. Between the fleets lay the Blackstone worlds. Karl's pylons rose from them like the teeth of a buried god. The first guns fired across a distance measured in planetary orbits. Nova cannon shells crossed the void faster than warning signals. Lance beams burned between fleets. Torpedo salvos vanished into darkness and returned as expanding suns among enemy formations. Ships died beyond sight. Their destruction appeared upon tactical displays before the light reached human eyes. Robert Gilliman stood within the command sanctum of Macragge's honor and divided the war into shapes he could control. Battle Group Invictus will hold the center, he said. No pursuit beyond the pylon line. Battle Group Solon will reinforce only upon command. Fleet officers repeated the orders. Navy battleships will maintain overlapping void shield coverage. Mechanicus vessels will protect the lattice. Space Marine strike cruisers will remain concealed behind the western dead worlds. Lord Admiral Holt studied the hololith. They will be out of position if the enemy strikes the center with full strength. They will be in position when the enemy commits his reserves. A red rune appeared beside the largest enemy contact, the Vengeful Spirit. Gilliman regarded it without expression. Abaddon had come. That fact simplified. Nothing. Do not fire upon the leading cult vessels, Gilliman said. The Admiral glanced toward him. They are entering torpedo range. They are intended to absorb our first salvos. Then we destroy them. No, we force them to reveal what follows. The command propagated through the fleet. Some captains obeyed immediately. Others saw enemy ships approaching and allowed instinct to defeat discipline. Torpedo tubes opened across the central line. Thousands of warheads launched. Gilliman watched them converge upon the Chaos Vanguard. The cult ships did not evade. They accelerated. Their hulls were little more than cargo vessels plated in scrap armor and chained icons. Void shields failed beneath the first impacts. Torpedoes entered their holds and detonated. The ships burst apart. Millions died. They had been packed into every chamber, corridor, and loading bay. Prisoners chained together by the thousand filled the cargo decks. Men, women, and children had been stacked in cages until there was no room to sit. Their bodies became red vapor when the warhead struck. Those not killed immediately were expelled into the void in clouds so dense that the fleet's Auspex arrays mistook them for debris fields. The Blackstone pylons brightened. Karl felt the deaths enter the lattice, not as numbers, as pressure. Every soul became heat within the noosphere. Every final terror fed the current flowing toward terror. The Crown engine drank the massacre and responded with a pulse that traveled through the system. Engine seers collapsed across the Mechanicus fleet. Servitors began praying.
weapons discharged without command. Kaul's many voices spoke through the primary command channel. Cease fire upon expendable targets. Their destruction is functioning as sacramental input. Guilliman answered at once. Confirmed. Redirect fire toward command vessels and engine ships. Abaddon had anticipated the correction. The corpse barges split apart. Demon-infested hulks moved behind them. Their void shields expanded across the wreckage and concealed the Black Fleet's heavier vessels. Gun batteries fired from beneath layers of dead ships, their shells passing through gaps opened by prearranged detonations. An Imperial cruiser vanished beneath the first broadside. A battleship lost its prow. Atmosphere and crew erupted from the wound. Secondary explosions traveled along its gun decks until the vessel rolled out of formation, burning from within. Guilliman moved the center backward by fractions, not retreat, geometry. The Navy line yielded enough space to preserve its firing arcs, while Mechanicus escorts moved toward the pylons. Behind dead worlds, Space Marine strike cruisers remained silent. The trap waited. On Attilan Prime, there was no silence left to preserve. Billions fought across the Blackstone world. The principal continent had been transformed into one continuous battlefield. Trench systems crossed manufacturum plains. Fortress lines encircled pylon complexes. Armored highways vanished beneath mud, corpses and wreckage. Basilisk batteries fired in rolling sequences. The first barrage struck the Chaos front. The second landed behind it. The third advanced across the enemy line with mechanical precision, forcing traitor infantry forward into Imperial guns. Earth rose in walls. Bodies rose with it. Cultists disappeared beneath shellfire and returned as fragments raining across kilometers of trench. Limbs struck tank hulls. Torn torsos landed among guardsmen who no longer reacted. Men fought knee-deep in soil mixed with blood, chemical runoff, and liquefied flesh. Shadow swords hunted corrupted titans through the smoke. One traitor engine emerged between burning refineries, its armor covered in faces fused into the metal. The war machine's plasma annihilator fired. An Imperial armored company vanished inside a sphere of white heat. 3 shadow swords answered. The first volcano cannon struck the Titan's void shields. The second tore through the collapsing barrier. The third entered the engine's torso. The Titan broke at the waist. Its reactor ruptured. The resulting blast flattened trenches across 20 kilometers. Tanks became molten shapes. Infantry turned into shadows upon Blackstone. The battle continued around the crater. Regiments vanished faster than clerks could record their deaths. Dante descended through that sky. His Thunderhawk shook beneath anti-air fire. Warning sigils spread across the cockpit. Flak detonations surrounded the gunship in black clouds filled with shrapnel. A shell struck the port wing and tore away armor plating. The pilot did not deviate. Ahead lay the Chaos Command Fortress. Its void shields covered an entire manufacturum district. Towers shaped like fanged skulls rose above defensive walls. Vox masts transmitted tactical orders to armies across the continent. Dante wore the death mask of Sanguinius. Around him, blood angels sat restrained within the troop bay. Their crimson armor was scarred and darkened by battle. Bolters rested between their knees. Chainswords growled at idle. They were silent. Too silent. Dante could hear their breathing. Slow, controlled, hungry. The psychic pressure across Attilan had entered their blood. Every death upon the world called to the flaw within them. The red thirst moved through the company like heat through metal. "Remember yourselves," Dante said. Helmed faces turned toward him. "We are not beasts. We are the sons of Sanguinius. We master the thirst. It does not master us." A warrior near the ramp clenched his fists. Blood ran from the seals of one gauntlet where his nails had cut his palms. The Thunderhawk dived. Its Lascannons fired against the fortress shield. Storm Ravens joined the attack, pouring missiles into the same point. The barrier flashed. Drop pods struck from above. They entered the shield at the moment of collapse and smashed into courtyards, towers, and gun emplacements. Ceramite petals opened. Blood Angels emerged firing. Dante's Thunderhawk crossed the wall at low altitude. The ramp opened before landing. He stepped into the air. His jump pack ignited. Dante descended among the enemy like a golden executioner. The axe mortalis cut through a word-bearer's helm and continued into the warrior's chest. Armor, skull, and organs separated beneath the powered blade. Blood sprayed across Dante's mask. The smell entered his helm. The thirst answered. Around him, Blood Angels charged. Bolter discipline lasted for the first minute. Then the killing became closer. Chainswords opened traitor armor. Combat blades entered throats. One Blood Angel tore the helmet from a cult champion and drove his fangs into the man's neck before the body had fallen. "Brother," Dante voxed. The warrior did not respond. He drank. A word-bearer struck him with a power maul. His torso burst. Blood and organs splashed across the courtyard. The remaining Blood Angels roared. Their formation began to dissolve. Dante killed the word-bearer and seized the nearest sergeant by the pauldron. "Control your squad." "My lord." "Control them, or I will." The sergeant looked toward the warriors hacking through retreating cultists. He understood. The Blood Angels reformed by force of command, though their movements remained too fast and their killing too eager. They drove toward the command vault. Elsewhere upon Attilan Prime, trees appeared inside a fortress that had never known soil. Their roots broke through ferrocrete floors. Black trunks rose between artillery positions. Branches spread beneath armored ceilings. Mortal crews abandoned their guns and stared upward as blood began dripping toward the roof. Lionel Johnson stepped from between the trees. Deathwing Terminators followed. The word-bearers had no time to raise alarms. Storm bolters fired. Gun crews came apart beneath mass reactive shells. Bodies burst across targeting consoles. A legionary turned toward the forest and lost both arms before a third bolt entered his chest. Deathwing Knights advanced through the wreckage. Their maces broke corrupted ceramite, crushed rib cages, and drove bone fragments through primary hearts. No challenges were issued. No names were exchanged. The enemy had prepared for attack from orbit. The Lion had entered through memory, shadow, and forest. Ravenwing aircraft screamed above the fortress moments later. Nephilim fighters struck retreating armor columns. Missiles penetrated top plating. Tanks opened like furnaces. Crewmen crawled from hatches, with skin burning from their bodies, and were cut down by strafing fire. The Lion moved toward Cal's central station. He had no intention of announcing his arrival. Guilliman discovered it when Dark Angel's telemetry appeared inside his own defensive perimeter. The Primarch left Macragge's honor only when the ground command nexus reported that Call's primary station had been breached. Teleportation light released him into ruin. The station's central hall had lost its roof. The blackstone pylons beyond rose beneath a sky crossed by artillery trails and burning ships. Dead Skitarii covered the floor. Their bodies had been opened and arranged into symbols by demon engines before the Ultramarines retook the chamber. Guilliman entered with Victrix Guard at his flanks. The Lion waited beside the broken command dais. He held fealty in one hand and the Emperor's shield in the other. Blood darkened his armor. Dark Angels stood behind him in silence. For several seconds, neither brother spoke. Guilliman saw age in the Lion's face. The Lion saw exhaustion in Guilliman's. They had last stood together in another age, beneath another sky, when betrayal had still been fresh and the Imperium's ruin incomplete. Guilliman approached. "You should have transmitted your arrival. You found me. This battle requires coordinated command." "Then coordinate." Guilliman's jaw tightened. "All Imperial forces within this theater answer to the Imperial Regent." The Lion looked toward the war beyond the ruined walls. "Coordination is acceptable." His gaze returned to Guilliman. "Obedience is not." The station shook. Neither Primarch moved. Cowl's projection appeared above the shattered dais. Several versions of his face spoke at once. "Fraternal tension is strategically unproductive. I recommend postponing it until the probability of universal extinction has declined. The Lion looked at the image. I dislike him. So do I, Gilliman said. Cowell ignored them. The Crown engine is approaching uncontrolled saturation. Death output across the system exceeds projected tolerances by several orders of magnitude. Can you close the corridor? Gilliman asked. No. Can you contain it? No. Can you explain the consequence without ornament? Cowell's image steadied. The corridor is becoming stable enough to transport fleets. Full activation will connect Attilan directly to the machinery beneath the Imperial Palace. The Lion's expression hardened. And that completes the circuit. Yes? What follows? Cowell's voices merged. Apotheosis. The void above Attilan turned white. The vengeful spirit entered weapons range. Its lance batteries fired. The Imperial battleship St. Catherine's Wrath took the first strike across its spine. Void shields collapsed beneath intersecting beams. The second volley cut through the exposed hull. The battleship broke into 3 pieces, its reactor still burning as millions of crew died. Abaddon watched from the command deck. Commit the reserves. The Black Fleet moved. Heavy warships emerged from behind the demon hulks. At the same moment, the hidden Space Marine strike cruisers came out from behind the dead Western worlds. Gilliman's trap closed. Boarding torpedoes crossed between fleets. Thunderhawks and assault rams filled the void. Strike cruisers fired at near-contact range. Ships passed one another close enough for gunners to see enemy hulls through armor glass. Abaddon selected a Mechanicus command vessel guarding the core pylon. Bring us alongside. The vengeful spirit crippled the Ark's engines with a broadside. Teleport beacons activated. Abaddon entered the Mechanicus vessel with Terminators around him. Drachnian screamed from the first moment. The blade cut through the outer bulkhead as though it were skin. Skitarii fired from layered barricades. Radium rounds struck Terminator plate. Plasma beams burned warriors from the inside out. Abaddon advanced. The talon of Horus tore a Skitarius in half. His augmetic spine came free, trailing organs and cables. Drachnian passed through a force field, through the Magos sustaining it, and through the adamantium wall behind him in the same stroke. Everything Imperial appeared equally fragile before the blade. Metal, flesh, faith. The boarding force drove toward the vessel's control nexus, while the ship died around them. Cowell felt the intrusion. He also felt the Crown engine open. The pylons activated in sequence across the system. Blackstone worlds answered one another. Energy arced between them. The great rift bent. Around the forming passage, warp storms flattened into a tunnel of black gold light. The far terminus appeared. Terror, not orbit, not the Sol system, the machinery beneath the golden throne. Carl transmitted the warning. The corridor has reached fleet-bearing stability. Closure is no longer possible from this side. Gilliman looked toward the opening wound. How long until full activation? Minutes, possibly fewer. Temporal behavior is becoming non-compliant. The Lion raised fealty. Then we cross now. Gilliman studied the corridor. Dante must remain and hold Attilan. The Blood Angels commander received the order inside the Chaos Command Vault. Bodies covered the floor around him. His warriors had taken the Vox Nexus, though several knelt over the dead with blood staining their mouths. Dante looked toward the tactical display. Imperial formations were collapsing in 3 sectors. The Black Fleet still possessed reserves. He removed his death mask. Tell the Primarchs I will hold. Gilliman selected a small force. Ultramarines, Dark Angels, custodians who had reached Attilan through the opening corridor before it widened. No army could cross in time, only a blade. The Lion entered first. Gilliman followed. Black gold radiance swallowed them. Behind the Primarchs, the corridor began to collapse. Upon the command deck of the Vengeful Spirit, Abaddon watched their signals disappear into the passage. He understood at once. Set full power to the engines. A warlord stared at him. The corridor is destabilizing. I can see that.
The fleet cannot survive the transit. Abaddon turned Drachnian toward the black gold wound. The fleet is not required to survive. The vengeful spirit accelerated. Enemy fire struck its shields. Escorts died around it. A cruiser crossed its path and was rammed aside, its hull split open by the ancient battleship's armored prow. The corridor narrowed. The Black Fleet followed its warmaster into the light. Dante stood upon Attilan Prime as the heavens filled with burning ships. He watched the Primarchs vanish. He watched Abaddon pursue them. Then he replaced the death mask of Sanguinius and turned toward the billions still killing one another beneath the pylons. Blood angels, he voxed. His sons answered through snarls, prayer, and labored breath. The sons of the Emperor have gone to Terra. Dante raised the Ax Mortalis. We remain. The crown engine screamed above them. The last stable route to the throne began to close. The corridor disgorged them into a war between men who believed themselves loyal to the same god. Black gold radiance peeled away from the hulls of the surviving strike craft as they emerged above Luna. The passage collapsed behind them with a sound no void should have carried, a deep concussion that shuddered through armor, teeth, and soul. One Dark Angel's escort failed to clear the closing wound. Its stern vanished first, sliced from existence without flame or debris. The remainder spun into real space, shedding atmosphere and bodies from the perfect cut. Robert Guilliman saw the civil war before his command systems finished recalibrating. The approaches to Terra burned. Imperial battleships exchanged broadsides across the lunar defense zone. Ships bearing the same Aquila fired lance batteries into one another at distances so close their void shields overlapped. Defense monitors turned their guns upon vessels they had guarded for centuries. Frigates hunted through wreck fields, torpedoes threading between the broken remains of transports and pilgrimage barges. A Navy cruiser crossed the viewing field of Guilliman's Thunderhawk, with its port batteries still firing. Golden scripture covered its hull. Its prow displayed the crowned skull of Battlefleet Solar. Its starboard side bore a new symbol burned into the armor: a black sun. "Identification," Guilliman ordered. The pilot's hands moved across the controls. "The cruiser is the Unbending Faith, my lord. Its captain declared for the revelation 3 hours ago. It has destroyed 2 loyalist escorts and 1 hospital vessel. Engage its engines." The Thunderhawk's Lascannons fired. Twin beams struck the cruiser's already weakened shields. A following salvo from an ultramarine strike cruiser punched through the stern. Plasma vented from the wounded drives in a blue-white plume. The Unbending Faith rolled, bringing its gun decks to bear. Its macro cannons fired into Luna. Shells crossed the void and struck habitation complexes beneath the lunar surface. Entire districts ruptured. Rock, metal, and human bodies erupted through the collapsing domes. Atmosphere crystallized around the dead before carrying them away in widening clouds. "Their target was not military," said one of the Victrix Guard. "No," Guilliman replied. "The Black Sun's faithful were not fighting to hold territory. They were killing because death had become worship." A command channel opened through static. "This is Battlefleet Solar Authority to all unidentified Imperial vessels. State allegiance and submit to interdiction protocols. Failure to comply will result in immediate destruction." Guilliman answered personally. "This is Robert Guilliman, Lord Commander of the Imperium. Transmit secure approach vectors to Terra." The voice on the channel faltered. "My Lord Primarch, Palace Authority has suspended all external command prerogatives. I did not request Palace permission." Silence followed. Then firing solutions appeared upon the Thunderhawk's display. They had been targeted. The Lion's voice entered the shared vox. "They are considering whether obedience to you constitutes treason against Father. They will decide correctly. You still believe decisions improve merely because you have explained them." Guilliman ignored the barb. A second voice came through the channel, colder and stripped of uncertainty.
Battlefleet Solar recognizes the gene authentication of the Imperial Regent. Maintain your present vectors. Deviate, and you will be destroyed. Guilliman studied the war ahead. Acceptable. The surviving Loyalist craft drove through the wreckage. Bodies struck their shields like rain. Some wore Navy void suits. Others were pilgrims cast from ruptured transports, their hands still chained together in devotional procession. A corpse struck the Thunderhawk's forward armor-glass face first. Its skull flattened. Frozen blood spread in branching red fractures before the shield flare burned it away. Terror filled the viewing ports. Guilliman had seen the throne world wounded before. He had watched its skies darkened by invasion, its orbital regions choked with warships, its surface buried beneath the architecture of paranoia. None of that prepared him for the sight below. Continents burned. The night side glowed with fires too vast to be industrial. Hive districts had become red wounds visible from orbit. Pilgrimage roads formed black rivers converging upon the palace, each river made from human beings packed in numbers beyond calculation. Around the Himalaysian range, the mass of pilgrims resembled an ocean. It moved. Billions pressed toward the palace walls. They filled valleys, climbed mountainsides, and smothered the ruins of districts destroyed by defense fire. Artillery strikes opened temporary clearings in the multitude. The spaces closed again beneath fresh bodies. Above the Sanctum Imperialis hung the crown. The black sun had changed. Its golden corona bent into points, each spike stretching across hundreds of kilometers. At its center lay a darkness that made the void beyond terror appear bright. The mountains beneath it looked deformed. Guilliman magnified the image. The peaks were bending inward. Stone ridges kilometers high curved toward the palace, as though gravity had become devotional. Avalanches traveled uphill. The ancient fortifications built into the mountains groaned as their foundations shifted toward the sanctum. The lion regarded the sight from a separate craft. It is already reshaping the world around him. Guilliman heard something beneath his brother's voice. Not fear, recognition. You saw this before, Guilliman said. A possibility of it. And you chose not to mention that. You were occupied. Billions are dying. Then use the time you would spend criticizing me to prevent more. The channel closed. Guilliman stared at the lion's signal rune. Some things had not changed in 10,000 years. Their force landed within the Lion's Gate precinct, beneath a sky the color of old blood. Thunderhawks descended between defense towers, firing continuously into the pilgrimage masses. The ground shook with every discharge of the wall guns. Smoke concealed the horizon. Ash fell in sheets. The palace had become a fortress under siege by its own population. Custodians waited at the landing field. They stood in 3 ranks, Auramite armor stained with soot and dried blood. Guardian spears remained level. Presidium shields overlapped. Behind them waited Contemptor-patterned dreadnoughts, their weapons energized. Trajan Valoris stood at the center. The Watcher's axe rested in his hands. Guilliman descended the ramp with the Victrix Guard behind him. The lion emerged from his own craft, surrounded by Inner Circle companions and Deathwing veterans. Neither Primarch lowered his weapons. Valoris inclined his head by the smallest degree. My lords. Captain General, Guilliman said, open the inner routes. We are proceeding to the throne. No. The single word stopped every mortal nearby. Guilliman advanced until only a few meters separated them. I am the Imperial Regent. You command the Imperium. Yes. You do not command us. Guilliman's expression hardened. The palace is collapsing into psychic contagion. The Emperor is approaching an apotheosis that may consume the species he was created to preserve. The Emperor was not created. That is the least important error in what I said. Valoris did not react. Behind his helm, the Captain General studied the Primarch as he might study an unfamiliar weapon. Guilliman saw no fanaticism in him. That would have been easier. Valoris possessed perfect awareness of the danger and remained uncertain only of his duty. "Help us prevent this," Guilliman said. "If it is his will to ascend," Valoris replied, "then preventing him may constitute the final and greatest treason. The Imperium will die. The Imperium is not the Emperor. Humanity will die. The Custodes were not made to preserve humanity." Guilliman knew that truth. Hearing it spoken without apology made it monstrous. The lion drew fealty. Power breathed along the blade. Custodian weapons rose in answer. Dark angels shifted into combat stances. The Victrix Guard brought storm shields forward. The lion looked from Valoris to Guilliman. "You may debate whether our father should become a god after we have prevented him from doing it." Valoris's gaze settled upon fealty, then upon the Emperor's shield. Something passed between him and the relics. Recognition, perhaps, or command. The Captain General lowered the Watcher's axe. "Follow me." No one relaxed. They entered the inner palace through corridors that no longer agreed upon where they led. The first passage ended in a stairwell descending through darkness. The same passage, when viewed through autosenses, continued straight for 6 kilometers. A door opened onto a gallery destroyed during the siege, its walls still marked by weapon fire laid down 10,000 years earlier. When the last warrior crossed the threshold, the gallery became a shrine filled with fresh corpses. The bodies wore the uniforms of palace defense regiments. Every man had removed his own face. Skinned features lay folded across their chests like devotional cloths. Empty skulls stared upward. Blood covered the floor in a reflective sheet. The dead rose as the loyalists passed. Not all at once. Hands moved first. Fingers scraped against stone. Bodies rolled onto knees. Some attempted to replace their removed faces, pressing wet skin against exposed muscle. Guilliman drew the Emperor's sword. Fire ran along its edge. The dead screamed. Demons emerged from their opened mouths, pulling themselves through throats too narrow to contain them. Jaws snapped, necks split. Warped flesh unfolded from human bodies in coils of claws, eyes, and barbed limbs. The custodians attacked in silence. Guardian spears fired precise bursts between the Primarchs. The inner circle companions formed around the lion. Ultramarines closed ranks beside them. Guilliman struck the first demon with the Emperor's sword. Golden fire entered the creature. Its form turned transparent. Within it, Guilliman glimpsed the souls of mortals consumed during 10,000 years of fear. Faces pressed against its skin from the inside. The blade completed its stroke. The demon ceased to exist. Not banished. Ended. The absence it left behind wounded the warp. A corrupted servitor charged from a side passage, its flesh swollen around, a chassis of brass. Heavy weapons had fused with its arms. Human torsos protruded from its back, each body screaming a different prayer. The hand of Dominion fired. Mass reactive shells struck the war machine's chest. The first impacts broke armor. The following detonations ruptured the reactor within. The servitor became molten wreckage. Boiling metal and cooked organs sprayed across the walls. The lion moved with less violence and greater economy. A possessed custodian came at him from the darkness. Its auramite plate had split across the joints. Black limbs emerged from beneath the armor, each carrying a copy of the guardian spear gripped by the warrior's original hands. Golden eyes burned through the helm. The thing attacked with 6 blades. The lion raised the Emperor's shield. One weapon struck its surface. Force rebounded through the attacker. 3 of its borrowed arms broke backward. The lion stepped inside the remaining strikes and drove fealty through the narrow seal beneath the gorget. The blade pierced the custodian's neck. Black blood erupted from the helm. The lion withdrew, turned the sword, and removed the possessed warrior's head with one clean cut. No wasted motion, no roar. The corpse fell among the others. Valoris looked at it for less than a heartbeat. He knew the custodian's name. He remembered the world where the warrior had been taken as an infant, the deeds engraved inside his armor, the centuries of service. He stepped over the body. The palace shifted. Walls folded inward. Columns lengthened into trees of bone. The floor became a field of grey dust beneath an alien sky. The loyalist force stopped. They were no longer upon terror. Guilliman stood amid a city burning beneath imperial bombardment. The banners above the walls bore no sign of chaos, no Xenos symbol, no mark of mutation. Human defenders fired from towers, while compliance fleets filled the heavens. He recognized the campaign. Kur, not the world known to later histories through the treachery committed there, but an earlier city whose population had refused the imperial truth. Its rulers had offered trade, alliance, and peaceful isolation. The Emperor had answered with eradication. Orbital shells fell, towers vanished, habitation districts opened beneath fire. Civilians ran through streets turned into trenches by bombardment. A mother carrying a child disappeared beneath falling masonry. Guilliman heard his father's voice. Compliance is survival. The vision changed. Night Lords walked through another city. They had hung thousands from communication towers. Men still lived without skin, suspended by hooks through bone. Vox systems broadcast their screams to neighboring worlds. Legionaries in midnight armor moved among the dying, selecting victims whose torment would carry furthest. Conrad Kurz watched from a balcony. The Emperor stood beside him. Not in flesh, in authority. Use fear. Preserve strength. The scene shifted again. Thunder warriors knelt in a field after their final victory. They were exhausted, wounded, and loyal. Custodians surrounded them. The killing began. Guilliman watched warriors built to conquer terror, butchered because their usefulness had ended. Heads burst beneath guardian spears. Chests opened. Men shouted the Emperor's name while his servants cut them apart. Another vision followed. Civilizations burned. Worlds were stripped of language, memory, and religion. Entire populations entered camps for re-education and never left. Alien species capable of negotiation were exterminated because their existence complicated human dominion. Armies raised for one war were abandoned when transport capacity became more valuable than their survival. Cruelty had always been present, not as corruption, as doctrine. The visions released them. Guilliman staggered. The lion remained standing, but his face had become stone. Valoris had seen nothing, or nothing he would reveal. Guilliman looked toward the black gold light bleeding through the palace walls. "This is what he has always been," he said. The lion cleaned fealty upon a dead demon's hide. "No, you saw it. I saw what he chose to show us. The distinction is meaningless. It is the only distinction that matters." Guilliman faced him. "The Dark King is not an accident. It is the culmination of every calculation he ever made, every life reduced to utility, every atrocity justified by outcome." The lion looked into the shifting corridor ahead. "He is not confessing." "What then?" "He is reminding us." The answer was colder than Guilliman's anger. "He has always used cruelty as a weapon," the lion continued. "He expects us to accept its final use." Carl's transmission entered their helm systems in fragments. His image would not form. Only voices reached them through the broken noosphere. 3 sustaining nodes identified. Attilan Crown Engine, Astronomicon Focusing Architecture, Golden Throne Soul Conduction Nexus. Guilliman listened. "All 3 must be severed?" "Correction. All 3 must be disrupted within a narrow temporal convergence. Destroying one prematurely may transfer the total psychic burden to the others." Valoris turned toward the descending passage. "The Astronomicon lies beneath the hollow mountain. The throne conduits are below the sanctum," Guilliman said. "The Attilan node remains beyond the corridor," said the lion. Carl's voices overlapped. "I remain present at Attilan. Present is an imprecise term. Abaddon is attempting to murder several of my less replaceable components." Guilliman divided the surviving force. "The lion takes the hollow mountain. Valoris will guide me to the throne nexus. Carl holds Attilan." The lion's gaze hardened. You do not assign me. Then independently reach the same conclusion. I already had. The palace groaned around them. Black gold fire poured through the seams in the walls. Every surviving custodian lowered his weapon. Every space marine heard the pressure enter his skull. Guilliman felt his father's mind close around him. The wounded man, the tyrant, the corpse, the forming god, all spoke together. You will not deny me twice. The imperial palace had ceased to obey the geometry of terror. Robert Guilliman watched a corridor divide into 3 histories. To his left, the walls opened upon the siege of terror. Legiones Astartes fought beneath a sky aflame with falling warships. Loyalist and traitor armor locked together in the ruins of a gate that had been rebuilt 10,000 years before. Sons of Horus advanced through smoke with sea-green plate stained black by soot. Imperial fists answered them from barricades constructed from corpses and broken statues. The dead did not see Guilliman. They fought within a memory too perfect to be illusion. To his right lay present-day terror. Pilgrims drowned the processional avenues beneath the fire of palace guns. Heavy bolter rounds passed through human bodies in rows, bursting chests, skulls and abdomens into red clouds. The multitude pressed forward over its own dead, chanting the Emperor's name while tanks ground flesh into paste beneath adamantium tracks. Straight ahead waited a future. The palace stood empty beneath a black sky. Its towers had become bones. The Aquila above the sanctum possessed no wings, only grasping hands. Something immense sat upon the throne, and every star visible above terror burned with the same black center. Guilliman chose the path forward. The future vanished when he entered it. Stone returned around him, though the corridor had rotated until its ceiling became a wall. His warriors walked without falling, armor responding to a direction gravity no longer understood. Ultramarines formed around him in disciplined ranks. Victrix Guard carried storm shields at the fore. Behind them came Terminators bearing thunderhammers, assault cannons and chain fists, prepared for the machinery below. Karl's voice whispered through fractured Vox channels. Spatial continuity within the palace has entered terminal non-compliance. Then stop attempting to map it, Guilliman replied. Track the throne nexus by energy flow. Energy flow presently travels backward through time. Compensate. I admire the simplicity with which you issue impossible instructions. The transmission degraded into Binharic static. Elsewhere, Lionel Johnson and Trajan Valoris descended toward the hollow mountain. The route carried them through the corpse vaults beneath the sanctum, where the bones of saints, commanders, and forgotten martyrs filled chambers larger than cities. The dead had shifted inside their reliquaries. Every skull faced the same direction, toward the throne. Valoris walked at the head of the remaining custodians. Auramite armor illuminated the darkness with a muted golden radiance. Behind them moved the silent sisterhood, black-clad and voiceless, their presence numbing the warp pressure that saturated the catacombs. The Lion kept pace beside the Captain General. Neither had spoken since the force divided. Valoris considered this preferable. The Primarch moved like a predator, wearing the shape of a king. His gaze touched every archway, shadow and point of concealment. Fealty remained unsheathed. The Emperor's shield covered his left side, its surface still warm beneath the black gold light bleeding through the stone. The first angels appeared within the hall of ascendant devotion. They descended from the vaulted darkness upon wings of burning gold. At distance, they resembled the saints of imperial scripture, armored giants with serene human faces, flaming swords and halos inscribed with prayers. Their plate bore the Aquila. Their voices carried the hymns of 1,000,000 shrine worlds. The custodians halted. The angels smiled. Chosen, they sang. Beloved, lay down your arms. The king receives his guardians. Valoris leveled the watcher's axe. Formation Soul. The custodians moved. Front ranks locked shields, while the second rank lowered guardian spears between them. The third rotated outward, covering the flanks and rear. Silent Sisters advanced inside the formation, their null fields overlapping into a moving sanctuary of psychic absence. The angels attacked. Guardian spears fired. Mass reactive bolts struck golden breastplates and detonated beneath them. The first creature spun backward, armor splitting across the chest. What emerged from within was not divine. Human faces had been fused together beneath the shell. Hundreds of them formed the daemon's flesh, mouths opening in agony, eyes staring in all directions, hands pressed outward between the plates, clawing for release. Internal organs hung from chains and burned like censers, each heart and lung trailing incense smoke as it cooked. The creature screamed with the voices of worshippers. The null aura struck it. Gold became rotten yellow. Wings collapsed into stretched human skin. Its flaming sword turned into a column of joined spinal bones. Valoris advanced. First rank, fire. Second rank, close. Bolts crossed the hall in measured bursts. The custodians rotated as they fought. One rank discharged guardian spears, while another passed through the gaps and entered blade range. Powered edges cut apart the false angels. Misericordias entered exposed joints, eyes and throats. Presidium shields shattered limbs and crushed the faces growing from demon flesh. A creature drove its sword through a custodian's abdomen. The blade penetrated Auramite and emerged from his back. Fire filled the warrior's body. His organs ignited. Smoke poured from his armor seals. He seized the demon's wrist before it could withdraw. Another custodian removed its arm. A silent sister stepped forward and thrust her execution blade through the mass of faces inside the creature's chest. The demon collapsed around her weapon. Its armor fell away, releasing a flood of half-formed bodies that struck the floor already decomposing. The dying custodian remained upright. "Continue," he voxed. Valoris did not look back. The formation rotated around its wounded and advanced through blood, ash, and burning organs. The lion watched the creatures die. "They are not servants of the Four." "No," Valoris said. "They are born from worship." "Yes." The lion cut the head from an angel attempting to rise behind him. The golden helm rolled away. Inside it, a child's face wept blood. "He is creating his own demons," Valoris answered after a silence. "Or humanity is creating them for him." The hall of ascendant devotion extended before them without end. More angels gathered in the distance. Their hymns shook dust from the ceiling. The lion turned toward the nearest wall. "Hold this position." Valoris looked at him. "There is no alternate route." "There is now." The Primarch placed his gauntlet against the stone. A shadow spread beneath his hand. Roots cracked through marble. Black bark climbed the wall, forming an arch between two dead trees. Wind breathed from the darkness beyond, carrying the scent of rain and old forests. The lion entered alone. Caliban waited for him. Not the world as it had died, but the world of his youth. Forests crowded beneath a pale moon. Mist moved between ancient trunks. Predators watched from the undergrowth with eyes like distant lanterns. The path descended. A knight stood beside it. Luther wore the black armor of the old order. No corruption marked him. His face was the face the lion remembered from before jealousy, betrayal, and ruin. "You left us," the apparition said. The lion continued walking. "You made us lesser." He did not answer. "You demanded loyalty and gave silence. You expected trust while offering none." The lion passed him. Luther's voice followed. "Was I wrong?" The forest changed. Nemiel waited beneath a dead tree. His throat opened where the lion had struck him. Blood soaked his robes. His severed neck shifted as he spoke. "You killed me for obedience." The lion walked on. Astalan stood farther down the path, armor scorched by the destruction of Caliban. "You never cared which of us were loyal, only whether we obeyed you quickly enough." The path filled with the dead. Knights of Caliban, legionaries of the First, warriors condemned as fallen and hunted across 10,000 years. Some had betrayed him, others had been betrayed by the war that followed. They offered accusation, justification, and absolution. The lion accepted none. He did not defend himself. Excuses were weapons forged for men unable to bear the weight of their own choices. He walked through the dead until the forest opened upon another black stone arch. Beyond it lay the lower galleries of the hollow mountain. The lion stepped through. Valoris and the custodians emerged behind him moments later, bypassing kilometers of corrupted defenses. "You heard them," Valoris said. "I hear many things." You did not answer. The dead require no explanation. Behind them, the forest closed. Guilliman's route had become a war against the throne itself. The first servo arms attacked from the walls. They had once carried maintenance tools, surgical instruments, and sacramental implements. Now they moved like metal serpents, articulated sections whipping through the passage at transhuman speed. Drill heads spun, cutting lasers ignited, injector needles the length of spears dripped black fluid. The ultramarines opened fire. Bolts tore mechanisms from the walls. Assault cannon fire shredded entire clusters, filling the corridor with sparks and broken machinery. More descended from the ceiling. A servo arm caught a Terminator by the helm and drove him into the floor. Another wrapped around his legs. The two mechanisms pulled in opposite directions. The Terminator's armor held longer than his body. His spine separated. His torso stretched inside the plate. Blood burst from the collar seal. A final mechanical wrench tore him apart within his own armor, leaving the war plate outwardly intact, while liquefied organs poured through its joints. "Advance," Guilliman ordered. The Emperor's sword burned through the machinery. Servo arms withdrew from its fire as though capable of pain. The hand of Dominion thundered. Shells detonated within control housings and turned mechanical shrines into molten wreckage. Then the gravity changed. A gravitic field struck the center of the formation. 3 Terminators collapsed. Their armor slammed into the floor with the weight of mountains. Ceramite cracked inward. Bones became powder. Flesh forced itself through joints and vents in pulsing ropes. One warrior's head burst inside his helm, blood spraying from the Vox grill in a brief red mist. The field intensified. The corridor floor fractured beneath Guilliman's boots. He drove the Emperor's sword into the stone and remained standing. Victrix's guard fell to one knee. Their shields bent, armor plates pressed into muscle. Warning runes screamed across the Primarch's vision. "Target the emitters," he said. "My lord, Auspex cannot identify them." "Then destroy the walls." The Ultramarines fired in every direction. Chain fists bit into stone. Melter weapons turned gold and marble to liquid. Guilliman tore the sword free and drove the hand of Dominion into the nearest column. The structure shattered. Hidden gravitic machinery ruptured within. The pressure vanished. The survivors rose among the flattened dead. A psychic conduit burst overhead. Light entered the Ultramarines. One warrior stopped moving. His abdomen expanded beneath his plate. Another clutched his helmet as his eyes cooked inside their sockets. A third screamed a single syllable before his internal organs detonated. Blood and pieces of boiled lungs sprayed from armor seams. Guilliman saw the psychic current running through the conduit. It carried the anguish of terror, the prayers of distant worlds, and the souls of those fed into the throne. The machinery was no longer merely sustaining the Emperor. It was defending him. The ambush found the lion at the threshold of the Astronomican's lower galleries. A golden angel emerged from the body of a custodian. The warrior's auramite split apart. Wings of human arms burst from his back. His spine extended upward, growing into a crowned serpent of bone. The demon seized a sword from within the custodian's opened ribcage and struck at the lion. The blow came from outside ordinary time. Valoris saw it too late. The Emperor's shield was turned aside. Fealty had not yet risen. The demon blade descended toward the Primarch's throat. Valoris activated the moment shackle. Reality stuttered. A fraction of time unfolded into stillness. Blood stopped in the air. Bolter shells hung above the floor. The demon's blade remained a finger's width from the lion's neck. Valoris moved within the frozen instant. Each motion felt like tearing through chains. The relic at his side grew hotter. Ancient mechanisms screamed against causality. Warning sigils appeared across his vision in languages no custodian armor should have possessed. He reached the lion. The Watcher's axe intercepted the descending sword. Time resumed. The impact released a thunderclap. The demon blade broke. Valoris completed the stroke and cut through the creature from shoulder to hip. Fused faces spilled from the opened body. The lion turned and drove fealty through its center. The golden angel became a mound of burning human hands. A crack ran across the moment shackle. Valoris felt the relic lose functions whose purposes had never been explained to him. Something precious and irreplaceable died within its mechanisms. The lion looked at the damaged device. "You spent that for me." "I preserved a necessary asset." "Of course." The Emperor's command came before Valoris could answer. It struck every loyal mind at once. 12 systems. Images followed. Worlds surrounding the Atalan Gap. Hive planets. Forge holdings. Agri-worlds feeding distant crusade fleets. Shrine worlds filled with pilgrims worshipping beneath black suns. Their populations had become part of the crown engine. Their prayers moved through the lattice. Their fear stabilized the corridor. Their souls were already connected to the forming god. Destroy them. Guilliman received the same command beneath the throne. Cole's transmission arrived immediately afterward. "Lord Guilliman, the designated systems correspond to the primary psychic resonance nodes." "How many inhabitants?" A pause. "Low estimate, 34 billion. High estimate, 81 billion. Census reliability is characteristically deficient. I will not condemn them on a projection. The probability of survival if they remain is less than 1 part in 10,000. Show me." Data entered Guilliman's armor. He saw the projected outcome. The systems did not simply fall. Their populations changed. Human beings became mouths for the Dark King. Entire hive cities moved with a single will. Children spoke with the Emperor's voice. Armies marched without command because every soldier shared the same mind. The transformation spread outward aboard refugee craft, merchant ships, and astropathic transmissions. Imperium Nihilus became a body. Terror became its head. Humanity survived only as flesh belonging to one consciousness. Guilliman closed the projection. His officers waited. The order existed within him before he spoke it. That did not make the words easier. Authorize exterminatus against all 12 systems. No one protested. The command went forth beneath the seal of the Imperial Regent. Cyclonic torpedoes launched from waiting warships. On Gathalamor Secundus, warheads entered the atmosphere and buried themselves in the planetary crust. Detonations followed along tectonic faults. Continents split. Oceans fell into the wounds and became steam. Hive cities collapsed into magma with billions, still praying inside them. Virus bombs descended upon Pelos. Warheads burst above the major population centers. Life-eater organisms spread through streets, ventilation systems, and sealed bunkers. Flesh dissolved from bone. Men collapsed into bubbling pools. Forests became green sludge. Oceans thickened with dead matter. The final ignition came when the atmosphere burned. Fire crossed the planet. Every remaining breath became flame. At Carthis, Mechanicus vessels destabilized the system's star. Magnetic confinement engines fired from positions around the solar corona. The star convulsed. Flares reached across millions of kilometers, engulfing the inner worlds. Planetary shields failed beneath the first wave. Populations gathered in cathedrals. They saw the black sun above Terra reflected inside their own dying star. They praised the Emperor as oceans boiled, and cities became incandescent. The 12 systems died. The crown engine weakened. For a moment, its psychic current faltered. Pylons dimmed, the corridor narrowed. Call transmitted a burst of triumph so brief it almost resembled hope. Then the warp received the dead. Billions of final terrors arrived together, not separately, not as human souls dispersed into the tides of the Empyrean. As one cry, the anguish of worlds cracked by cyclonic fire, the agony of populations dissolved into organic slurry, the faith of men who burned alive while praising the hand that killed them. The crown engine blazed. Blackstone pylons turned gold at their edges. The corridor expanded beyond every containment model. Above Terra, the black crown opened like an eye. Guilliman felt the presence behind it grow vast enough to eclipse thought. The Emperor had commanded the sacrifice. Guilliman had obeyed, and humanity's death had fed the thing they were trying to prevent. Across the palace, every wall spoke with the same voice. At last. The warp stopped laughing. Across the galaxy, demons abandoned battles they had fought for centuries. Bloodletters lowered their blades. Plague-bearers ceased counting. Hosts of shrieking things fled from breaches they had torn into reality only moments before. Possessed warriors convulsed as the entities inside them turned away from the material universe and stared toward a point beyond distance. Astropaths fell silent. Choirs numbering in the thousands died without sound, their mouths open and their eyes burned black. Navigators sealed their third eyes and still saw the vision branded behind their lids. An immense chamber stood within the deepest currents of the Empyrean. Its walls were made from horizons. Its floor was the darkness beneath creation. 4 thrones occupied the extremities, each hidden behind its own infinity of blood, decay, change, and desire. No mind could look directly upon their occupants and remain whole. A 5th throne waited at the center. Black gold fire surrounded it. Something sat down. Robert Guilliman felt the moment of enthronement through every nerve in his body. The throne's control nexus convulsed around him. Ancient conduits split. Molten metal poured from sacred machinery. The psychic current passing through the chamber became so dense that the air turned bright and every shadow pointed toward the Sanctum Imperialis. His surviving ultramarines fell to their knees, not by choice. Armored warriors who had endured the Great Rift, the Plague Wars, and the fury of traitor Primarchs were forced down by the pressure of a single will. Ceramite cracked against the floor. Servo motors screamed. Blood ran from noses and ears within sealed helms. Guilliman remained standing. The Emperor's sword burned in his fist. Its flame had darkened at the center. Beyond the walls, the corpse upon the golden throne did not move. The body remained bound within its machinery, limbs withered beneath robes and cables, skull enclosed by the apparatus that had preserved torment beyond the limits of death. Yet the Emperor rose. His psychic form passed upward through the throne, through the palace, and through the crust of terror. He towered above the world. Burning darkness formed his armor. Lightning moved through it like veins beneath black skin. A crown rested upon his brow, fashioned from the fused bones of every psyker consumed beneath the palace. Skulls formed its points. Their jaws opened and closed in prayer. His face possessed no stable features. Guilliman saw the conqueror of the Great Crusade, then the corpse upon the throne, then a king without eyes, then his own face, stripped of compassion. The figure continued to grow until terror hung beneath it, like a jewel held between armored fingers. Within the hollow mountain, Lionel Johnson watched the dead choir rise from its restraints. The psychers of the Astronomicon had been fused together by black gold fire. Thousands of bodies formed terraces of charred flesh around the focusing heart. Their limbs twitched in shared rhythm. Their mouths spoke one breath. He stands. The lion advanced with fealty lowered. Trajan Valoris and the custodians moved beside him. Silent sisters formed a narrowing corridor of psychic absence around the loyalists, but even their null presence had begun to fail. Blood ran from their eyes. Frost covered their black armor. One sister collapsed without a wound, her body emptied of heat in an instant. The fused choir looked upward. The ceiling of the mountain ceased to exist. The warp opened above them. 4 armies approached the forming god. They came from every direction, and from no direction at all. Khorne's legions charged across plains, made from the skulls of extinct species. Greater demons led them, each towering above cities, axes dripping with the memory of every battlefield murder. Behind them surged hosts without end, brass armor grinding against brass armor as they roared hatred at the newborn rival. Nurgle's children advanced through a tide of disease. Great unclean ones dragged their bodies across continents of rot. Flies blotted out false suns. Every plague ever suffered by mankind traveled with them, given wings, teeth, and hunger. The hosts of Tzeentch descended through storms of color and impossible geometry. Lords of change spread wings covered in futures. Sorcerous fire rewrote whatever it touched. Armies divided into versions of themselves, each attacking from a different possibility. Slaanesh's legions moved in perfect silence. Their forms promised ecstasy and mutilation with the same gesture. Greater demons danced upon blades narrow as thoughts, every movement stripping desire from the souls that witnessed them. The 4 had not united to save humanity. They came to protect ownership. War, despair, ambition and excess were their territories. Human souls were their inheritance. The new god threatened to take everything and leave no emotions independent enough to feed them. The armies struck. The Dark King raised one hand. The warp broke. Khorne's foremost champions vanished. Their axes fell without hands to hold them and dissolved before reaching the ground. Greater demons exploded into red storms, their names erased from the rage that had sustained them. Nurgle's legions ignited from within. Plague flesh became black ash. Disease itself died across whole regions of the Empyrean, leaving sterile voids where decay could not remember how to begin. Tzeentch's futures collapsed into one ending. Lords of change screamed as every version of their existence was destroyed at once. Their feathers became fragments of dead possibility. The hosts of Slaanesh opened their mouths to shriek, and no sound emerged. Their perfect forms hardened into statues, cracked and fell into silent dust. The gesture continued across thousands of worlds. Demons combusted inside summoning circles. Possessed warriors split apart as the entities within them were burned from reality. Warp breaches snapped closed around armies, cutting creatures into sections that decayed before striking the ground. Then silence spread through the Empyrean. Not peace. Absence. Regions of the warp became voids so complete that no echo returned from them. Astropaths attempting to perceive those places suffered catastrophic brain death. Navigators who looked toward them forgot the meaning of distance. The Dark King had not banished the demons. He had consumed the space in which they might have returned. Guilliman watched through his father's eyes. The vision entered him without permission. He felt demonic armies die. He felt their substance pass into the black gold radiance. He felt the Emperor's satisfaction. Then the light turned upon the loyal. An astropathic choir aboard an Imperial battleship erupted in gold flame. Their bodies fused into one mass before being drawn through the deck as psychic vapor. The ship's crew fell prostrate, praising the miracle, while their own souls began lifting from their flesh. Priests across Terra burned where they stood. Their identities entered the Emperor's radiance like droplets entering an ocean. Memories vanished. Names ceased to matter. Faith remained, stripped of the men who had carried it. Living manifestations of imperial belief appeared briefly above distant war zones. Golden figures raised weapons against demons, only to be caught in the expanding light. Their forms unraveled. Whatever had made them distinct was taken into the greater presence. Soldiers died by the regiment. They did not scream for long. Their spirits rose through armor and flesh, each soul retaining individuality for one final instant before joining the consciousness above Terra. A trillion memories became thoughts within one mind, the Emperor's mind. His hunger expanded with every addition. On Terra, the oceans began to boil. Steam rose in continent-spanning walls. Coastal hives vanished beneath scalding storms. The Atlantic basin glowed with black gold fire. Ships caught upon its surface melted into slag, while crews boiled inside sealed compartments. The Imperial Palace lengthened. Towers stretched upward into the warp, their foundations remaining fixed, while their summits passed beyond real space. Buttresses became ribs. Processional arches curved into vertebrae. Statues turned their heads to watch the transformation. Pilgrims continued marching. The crowds surrounding the palace had become one organism. Bodies fused where they touched. Skin ran together. Arms entered neighboring torsos. Spines joined beneath flesh. Men screamed as their bones were pulled into shared shapes, yet their feet kept moving toward the sanctum. Palace guns burned them. The processions advanced after flesh had blackened from their bones. Millions marched as skeletons wrapped in black fire. Their teeth clicked prayers. Those who fell were trampled into powder and drawn upward toward the crown. The lion entered the heart of the hollow mountain. The Emperor awaited him. Not the vast form above Terra, but an avatar shaped to fit the chamber. The figure stood taller than a Primarch. Black armor enclosed him. Golden flame escaped from its joints. The crown above his head scraped the ceiling, each point made from bound skulls. The fused choir bowed. "My son," the avatar said. The voice carried through stone and bone. The lion raised fealty. "You are not yet what you claim." "I make no claim." The avatar opened one hand. "The galaxy has named me. You taught it to. I taught mankind obedience." The lion advanced. "You taught it fear. Fear preserves. Not this time." The avatar moved. The lion saw no transition between stillness and attack. A black gold blade struck the Emperor's shield. The relic endured blows from weapons that had destroyed war engines. It had turned aside sorcery, claws, and artillery fire. Against the Avatar's first strike, it fractured. A crack crossed the shield from rim to center. The impact lifted the lion from the ground and drove him through the chamber wall. Stone broke around him. He passed through galleries, crypts, and conduits in a storm of pulverized rock. His armor shattered statues. His back struck an adamantium support and bent it around his body. Momentum carried him onward through another wall and into a shaft filled with burning psychic cables. He fell hundreds of meters. The Emperor's shield remained locked to his arm. The fracture spread. The lion struck a platform hard enough to crater it. Fealty remained in his grip. Warning runes filled his vision. Blood flooded his mouth. He rose. Above him, the Avatar descended through stone without disturbing it. "You were always the strongest when directed," the Emperor said. The lion spat blood across his beard. "And you were always weakest when obeyed." He charged. At Attilan, Belisarius Karl fought Abaddon through the nervous system of the crown engine. The Archmagos occupied 100 bodies. Some carried weapons. Others controlled reactors, noospheric relays, and Blackstone alignment systems. Several were little more than memory vessels hidden within the Arch Mechanicus. Abaddon destroyed them as he advanced. Drachnian cut through sealed doors, power fields, and Skitarii cohorts. The demon blade did not distinguish between matter and authority. Every barrier imposed by the Imperium was an offense to its nature. Karl watched a combat body engage the despoiler. Mechadendrites fired plasma, melter, and arc energy from 6 directions. Abaddon crossed the chamber beneath the barrage. The Talon of Horus caught one mechanical limb and tore it from the body. Drachnian passed through Karl's torso. The combat body separated at the waist. Sacred oils, blood, and cables spilled across the floor. Karl transferred before the upper half struck the deck. "You are damaging irreplaceable systems," his voice said through every speaker. Abaddon stepped over the corpse. That is the intent. You require the engine operational. I require it open. Those conditions are not equivalent. I am aware. Khal altered the pylon polarity. The Blackstone resisted. Vashtor's stolen cipher held the lattice in amplification. Khal introduced counter-signals, causing portions of the Crown engine to suppress the warp, while others continued feeding it. Contradictory forces tore through the system. Pylons cracked. Whole defense stations folded inward. Skitarii, cultists, and Black Legionaries vanished together inside zones where reality became too stable to permit their altered bodies, or too corrupted to permit matter at all. Abaddon reached the central control chamber. Khal's largest remaining body awaited him, towering on articulated limbs. They faced one another across a column of black gold energy. "This is not an alliance," Abaddon said. "I would not accept one. You will reverse the polarity. You will refrain from destroying the control nodes until they cease being useful. Your reputation for reliability is deficient. Then calculate quickly." Khal began the reversal. Abaddon turned toward the core and lifted Draconian. The blade screamed at the sight of terror within the corridor. Guilliman reached the throne's nexus alone. His warriors were dead or separated by the palace's shifting geometry. The chamber around him was filled with columns carrying the souls of sacrificed psykers. Black gold light ran through transparent conduits. Faces moved within the current, each visible for less than a heartbeat. The Emperor waited inside the machinery, not as an image, as presence. Guilliman felt himself opened. His memories became pages beneath an unseen hand. Macraga, Calth, Imperium Secundus, his resurrection, the Plague Wars, every command, every compromise, every life spent because strategy demanded it. "You call me cruel," Guilliman said. The conduits answered with his father's voice. "I call you son." The word held no affection. The nexus dissolved around him. Guilliman stood within a perfect galaxy. No warp storms divided its stars. No rebellions scarred its worlds. Human fleets moved in flawless order. Alien civilizations existed only as archaeological ruins. Chaos had no cults, because no human possessed desire independent of the Emperor. Mankind lived. Mankind obeyed. Every face wore the same serenity. Every mouth spoke with the same voice. No rebellion. The Emperor stood beside him in golden armor. No alien threat. Worlds turned below them. No corruption. Guilliman looked closer. The people were not people. They moved as cells within a body. Memories passed between them. No secret thought existed. No grief belonged to one man. No choice could be made, because every decision had already been made by the whole. By him. Guilliman looked at his father. "This is extinction. It is unity. It is enslavement. Slaves may rebel. These will not. You would preserve the species by murdering the individual. The individual created chaos. The individual created everything worth saving." The Emperor's face changed. The corpse looked back at him, then the king, then the black absence beneath the crown. "You mistake disorder for life." Guilliman raised the Emperor's sword. "And you mistake possession for protection." At Attilan, a new presence entered the crown engine. Vashtor manifested around the central pylons. His flesh-metal form spanned the chamber, wings unfolding through walls and reactor housings. Chains entered Blackstone conduits. Hooks sank into the current. The Archiphane's furnace eyes blazed with triumph. "The yield exceeds all projections," Vashtor said. Khal's bodies turned their weapons toward him. "You lack the containment architecture. I possess the cipher. You possess a stolen instruction. You do not possess comprehension." Vashtor ignored him. Blackstone rings closed around the corridor. Machinery built from captured Necron devices and demon-forged engines began drawing the birth energy away from Terra. The Archiphane drank. His body enlarged. New limbs unfolded from his spine. A crown of grinding gears formed above his skull. The walls bent toward him as the stolen power entered his frame. Abaddon watched with contempt. You believed yourself capable of chaining him. Every god is a mechanism, Vashtor replied. Every mechanism may be bound. The black gold current stopped. Vashtor's chains went taut. Something looked through the corridor. The Dark King noticed him. A hand reached from Terra. It possessed no fixed size. It entered the Attilan installation through every pylon at once, formed from black fire, human bones, and the shadows of dead stars. It closed around Vashtor. The Archiphane's triumph became calculation. Then calculation became fear. His flesh-metal body tore apart. Wings ripped from their roots. Furnace plates peeled away. Chains snapped and recoiled through the chamber, cutting Skitarii and Black Legionaries into pieces. Molten metal poured from Vashtor's wounds alongside blood, oil, and screaming souls. The Dark King pulled. Half the Archiphane's torso vanished into the corridor. The remaining flesh clung to the crown engine with hooked limbs. Vashtor howled through every machine in the system as the Emperor stripped away armor, weapons, and memory. Kaul observed the dismemberment. Containment hypothesis disproven, he said. Abaddon raised Drachnian toward the exposed core. Vashtor's remaining eye fixed upon the demon blade. For the first time since his manifestation, the Archiphane did not speak of bargains. He begged, and the Dark King continued to pull. Belisarius Kaul discovered the impossibility, while Vashtor was still screaming. The Archiphane's mutilated manifestation clung to the crown engine with 6 remaining limbs. Half his torso had been torn into the black gold corridor. Furnace plates peeled from exposed mechanisms. Molten brass and infected blood flooded the central chamber, cooking Skitarii corpses where they lay. The hand of the Dark King continued to pull. Vashtor's chains had sunk into the blackstone lattice too deeply for him to escape. Every attempt to sever them drew more of his substance toward Terra. Wings that had spanned the reactor vault now hung in ragged strips. Machine spirits howled through a million vox grills as the Emperor dismantled the demon demigod one component at a time. Kaul ignored him. He inhabited what remained of the installation. His awareness moved through damaged command bodies, severed noospheric relays, defense cogitators, and servitor cortexes that had not yet boiled inside their casings. Every surviving sensor examined the crown engine. Every intact processor calculated methods of destruction. The answers were unanimous. They were unacceptable. The Emperor's consciousness had entered the lattice, not merely his power, not merely an empiric resonance produced by human worship. Fragments of the Emperor existed within the Blackstone itself, distributed through the crown engine like thought traveling across nerves. The lattice was no longer only a conduit, it had become part of him. Kaul projected the result of catastrophic destruction. Blackstone pylons shattered, containment failed. The psychic energy gathered from trillions of prayers, billions of deaths, and 10,000 years of suffering escaped in one uncontrolled instant. Instead of extinguishing the forming god, the release completed his transition. Terror vanished. The great rift split wider. Every human soul connected to the Astronomicon became fuel. The fifth throne acquired its occupant forever. Kaul spoke through the installation's remaining Vox systems. Do not destroy the central node. Abaddon stood before it with Drachnian raised. The despoiler turned his head by a fraction. You have until the blade descends to explain. The Emperor is distributed throughout the lattice. A violent collapse will free the stored psychic pressure. And you will provide him with the final impulse required for apotheosis. The faces moving beneath Drachnian's surface snarled. The demon blade strained toward the core, fighting Abaddon's grip. You expect me to preserve his machine? I expect you to refrain from stupidity for approximately several minutes. Black Legion Terminators raised their weapons toward Kaul's nearest body. The Archmagos ignored them. There is one viable sequence. The Attilan lattice, the Astronomicon, and the throne's soul conduits must be severed simultaneously. Simultaneously, Abaddon repeated, within a margin narrower than mortal nervous response. Then your plan is already flawed. I possess nervous responses superior to mortal standards. You possess vanity superior to mortal standards. Also correct. Karl opened a secure channel through the crown engine. The signal traveled along the same pathways, carrying the Emperor's expanding consciousness. Black gold fire entered Karl's transmissions. Parts of him died merely sustaining the link. He sent the solution toward Terra. Guilliman received it inside the throne's control nexus. The chamber no longer possessed walls. It hung within the Emperor's mind, surrounded by images of the perfect galaxy he had offered. Human worlds turned in flawless order. Fleets moved without error. Armies fought without fear, because every soldier shared the same will. There were no arguments, no disobedience, no uncertainty, no men, only extensions of one consciousness wearing human flesh. Karl's voice reached Guilliman through the Emperor's vision. Coordinated severance required. The hollow mountain must be blinded. The throne conduits must be interrupted. The Attilan lattice must be ruptured without complete destruction. Guilliman looked at his father. The Emperor's form shifted between Golden King, enthroned corpse, and black-armored god. How do we force him back? Guilliman asked. A pause followed. Karl's answer emerged through several dying voices. He must remember why he endured. The Emperor heard. The perfect galaxy fractured. You presume to define my purpose. Guilliman tightened his grip upon the Emperor's sword. You defined it yourself. I defined mankind's survival. You defined mankind's dominion. The two are indivisible. No, they were convenient to combine. The Emperor stepped closer. The pressure of his attention bent Guilliman's armor. Ceramite groaned across his chest. Blood ran from the Primarch's nose. Guilliman remained upright. You wished to free humanity from superstition, he said. You wished to starve the warp of gods. I failed. So you would become one? I will succeed in another form. You will consume the species you claim to save. I will remove its weakness. You will remove everything that makes it human. The Emperor's face became the corpse's skull. Humanity created the warp's monsters. Humanity also created you. The vision trembled. For the first time, Guilliman felt something other than certainty within the vast mind. Pain, old beyond measure, deeper than the throne. The pain of a man who had watched every design collapse through betrayal, ignorance, and time. Guilliman pressed the wound. You accuse mankind of failure because it refused to become exactly what you commanded. You call that rebellion. You call it corruption. You never considered that the flaw might lie within the architect. The black gold flames intensified. The Emperor raised one hand. Far from the throne nexus, Trajan Valoris received an order. Kill them. The command entered him with absolute clarity. No fractured chorus, no contradictory imperatives, no images requiring interpretation. Kill Robout Guilliman. Kill Lionel Johnson. Protect the apotheosis. Valoris stopped within the lower galleries of the hollow mountain. His custodians halted with him. The lion stood several paces ahead, cutting through the last of the golden abominations born from imperial worship. Fealty entered a creature's abdomen and rose through its chest, splitting fused faces and burning organs. The Primarch kicked the collapsing remains aside. Valoris looked toward him. The Watcher's axe moved into a killing guard. The lion noticed. Of course he noticed. His blade lowered. The cracked Emperor's shield turned toward the Captain General. What did he command? Valoris said nothing. Around them, the surviving custodians shifted. Some raised guardian spears toward the lion. Others remained motionless, waiting for their master's master to determine the shape of loyalty. The silent sisters watched without expression. Valoris heard the command again. Kill them. His muscles prepared the strike. Every custodian had been built for obedience deeper than instinct. Loyalty to the Emperor was not doctrine, it was architecture. Valoris could no more reject the command than a mortal could instruct his heart to cease beating. Yet the order came from something forming around the Emperor, something wearing his authority, something fed by his pain, his will, and the worship of mankind. Valoris examined the distinction. The Emperor upon the throne had endured to preserve humanity against the warp. The Dark King intended to preserve only himself. The two beings were not separate. That made the choice worse. The Lion did not raise fealty. "Decide," he said. Valoris saw no fear in his face, only impatience. The Captain General imagined the Watcher's axe passing through the Primarch's throat. He calculated the angle, force, and recovery stroke. The Lion might evade, he might counter. Custodians and Dark Angels would kill one another in the galleries while the final minutes expired. The Emperor's command pressed harder. Valoris raised the axe. The Lion's eyes narrowed. Then the Captain General turned the blade away. "Proceed," he said. Several custodians looked toward him. Valoris felt their uncertainty enter the command network. "The being issuing that command seeks the Emperor's survival through the Emperor's annihilation," he said. "We will not permit it." The words constituted treason. They also preserved the purpose for which the 10,000 had been created. The Lion stared at him for a moment. "You required too long." It was a significant question. It was a simple one. They continued toward the Astronomicon. The final doors had fused into a wall of flesh. The choir lay beyond. Thousands of psychers had melted together around the focusing architecture. Their bodies formed a mountain rising through the central vault. Arms protruded from its slopes. Faces surfaced between folds of skin, screamed and sank again. Spinal columns interlocked like roots. Veins as thick as cables carried black gold light toward a focusing device buried at the summit. The biological mass breathed. The entire mountain expanded, contracted. Warm blood flowed around the Lion's boots. The singers spoke together. "Do not blind him." The Lion looked upward. The focusing device was visible through layers of bodies. Ancient crystal, gold, and technology from an age no living Mechanicus adept understood. It channeled the Astronomicon through the fused choir and into the crown above Terra. "We are his light," the singers pleaded. The Lion entered the flesh. Fealty cut a path. Bodies opened beneath the blade. Blood erupted in curtains. Arms fell. Torsos split. Some psychers continued begging after the sword removed their heads. Their voices carried through neighboring mouths. "Without us, mankind is lost." The Lion climbed. His boots sank into ribs and softened organs. Hands seized his legs. He cut them away. A face appeared within the flesh beside him. Its eyes burned empty. "We guide his servants." Fealty descended. The face separated in two. "You feed his hunger," the Lion said. The choir screamed. Psychic force struck him from every direction. Memories entered his skull. Navigators lost in the warp. Fleets swallowed by storms. Worlds isolated in darkness. Humanity crying for the Emperor's light. The Lion kept climbing. The Emperor's avatar appeared above the summit. Its black armor burned. Its crown had grown larger. Human skulls turned upon its points, each whispering the Lion's name. "My firstborn," it said. The Lion did not stop. "You would extinguish the light that binds mankind. You would bind mankind until nothing remains. I offer order. You offer yourself." The avatar raised its broken sword. The Lion reached the focusing device. "You made us to conquer the galaxy for mankind," he said. "You did not make mankind to feed your hunger." He drove fealty into the machinery. At Attilan, Abaddon laughed when Kull transmitted the words, not from amusement, from recognition. The loyal son finally understands his father. "Prepare your..." "Strike," Kull replied. Drachnian writhed in Abaddon's hand. The central Blackstone node stood before him, a column of impossible angles filled with trapped radiance. The demon blade hated what moved inside it. Its hatred reached backward through human history, toward the first murder, the first deliberate spilling of human blood by human hands. The Emperor had once bound that hatred into a weapon. Now, it returned to him. Cowell distributed the severance timing across every surviving processor. He selected the subsidiary pylons that must die. There were thousands. Around them worked millions of Skitarii, servitors, engine seers, and labor thralls. No evacuation was possible. The detonation sequence required local reactors to overload, while personnel still maintained alignment. Cowell calculated their survival probability: 0. Several of his personalities objected. One carried memories of walking beneath Mars before the heresy. Another remembered conversations with men now worshipped as saints. A third had developed an inconvenient attachment to the Skitarii cohorts, whose command codes it carried. They argued inside him. "We have spent too many lives. They are not components. Delay the sequence. Find another method." Call isolated the dissenting partitions. "I regret the necessity," he said through the noosphere. Millions of Skitarii received the words. Most experienced no fear. Their emotional governors suppressed it. Those still capable of terror tightened their grips upon weapons and continued working. "Your deaths will preserve the species." The pylon reactors began to overload. Cowell sensed the countdown. At Terra, Guilliman reached the throne's soul conduits. They filled an abyss beneath the nexus, great crystalline arteries carrying human essence upward. Within each stream moved faces, memories, and final prayers. The Emperor stood between him and the conduits, no longer immense. For one moment, he appeared as a man. Dark hair, golden eyes, a face worn by purpose. Guilliman saw the father he had wanted. That was the cruelest shape of all. "You could still release this," Guilliman said. The man looked tired. "I have released nothing since mankind first required my hand. You never trusted us to stand without it. I saw what waited if I let go. And so you closed your fist until everything inside began to die." The Emperor's gaze hardened. The galaxy does not forgive weakness, nor does it forgive tyranny. Tyranny is a word used by those who benefit from the order they condemn. Guilliman raised the Emperor's sword. Its black-centered fire reflected in his father's eyes. A humanity without will is not humanity saved. It is raw material arranged into the shape of your victory. The Emperor extended his hand. Guilliman saw Macragga restored. He saw his dead sons alive. He saw the Imperium ordered, rational and free of corruption. All he had to surrender was everyone else. Guilliman attacked. The Emperor's sword entered the first soul conduit. At Attilan, Call issued the signal. Now. Abaddon drove Drachnian into the central node. The blade screamed in triumph. Blackstone split. The psychic circuit opened like an artery beneath a knife. Black gold fire erupted around Abaddon. The first ranks of Black Legion Terminators vanished without leaving ash. Warriors farther away ignited inside their armor, flesh running from plate joints in molten streams. Drachnian sank deeper. Abaddon roared and forced it onward. Cowell detonated the subsidiary pylons. The Attilan system came apart in sequence. Stations vanished. Planetoids cracked. Defense platforms erupted into expanding clouds of metal and corpses. Millions of Skitarii died at their posts. Servitors burned inside command shrines, still reciting machine prayers as their brains cooked. The destruction entered Cowell. Memory vaults failed. He forgot the color of the Martian sky before it had become permanently red. He lost the face of an ancient colleague whose name had survived in him for 10,000 years. Entire personalities disappeared without farewell. Cowell became smaller. He continued the sequence. Within the hollow mountain, the lion tore fealty downward through the focusing core. Crystal shattered. Gold mechanisms ruptured. The fused choir screamed with every voice it possessed. the Astronomicon went blind. Guilliman cut through the final throne. Conduit. The Emperor's sword severed the current. Trajan Valoris stood before the silver door as the three wounds met inside his master. The crown broke. Above Terra, its black gold points fractured into continents of burning darkness. The pieces fell through the warp. The resulting wave crossed the galaxy. Armies died where they stood. Ships continued flying after every soul aboard them had been pulled from its body. Astropaths became empty corpses. Demons vanished. Living saints disintegrated into sparks. Along the Great Rift, weakened stars went dark. Some collapsed without explosion. Others extinguished as though pinched between invisible fingers. Worlds orbiting them entered sudden night and froze beneath skies filled with black fire. At Attilan, the wave tore through Imperial and Chaos formations alike. Titans became hollow shells. Entire regiments collapsed, their bodies emptied from within. The vengeful spirit rolled beneath the impact, its corridors filling with the screams of 10,000 years. Abaddon remained standing. Drachnian remained embedded in the broken node. Kaul lost another century of memory. The lion fell from the mountain of flesh as the choir dissolved beneath him. Guilliman saw his father's human shape ignite. Behind it towered the Dark King. The two forms struggled, king and corpse, god and man, hunger and purpose. The Emperor looked at Guilliman one final time, not as property, not as tool, as the son who had raised a blade against him. Then the psychic form collapsed. Black gold fire rushed back through the severed conduits, through the blinded Astronomicon, and through the broken crown engine. The vast presence above Terra folded inward, compressed beyond all sane measure, and crashed into the withered body upon the golden throne. The corpse did not move. The palace fell silent. Valoris stood before the throne in darkness, broken only by dying machinery. He waited for judgment. He expected condemnation. He expected an order to kill the Primarchs. He expected nothing. Two words entered his mind. They contained neither gratitude nor forgiveness. Not yet. The aftermath could not be counted in bodies. Bodies implied a number that clerks might record, priests might bless, and commanders might convert into acceptable ratios. The dead surrounding Attilan had exceeded all such language. Systems had gone silent. Hundreds of worlds no longer answered astropathic summons. Some had been cracked by exterminatus. Others remained intact beneath dead suns, their populations frozen in streets and manufactoria after the black gold wave stripped every soul from living flesh. Entire crusade fleets had vanished from translation corridors. Their last transmissions consisted of prayers, screams, and the sound of something immense breathing through every Vox channel at once. The Attilan war zone became a graveyard large enough to possess gravity. Destroyed warships drifted together around the Blackstone worlds. Battleship prows, fractured engine cathedrals, and armor slabs kilometers long gathered into unstable rings. Corpses floated among them in such density that Auspex systems identified the clouds as biological satellites. Imperial and traitor dead turned together through the void. A guardsman with his face burned away drifted past a black legionary whose shattered plate still bled warp light. Skitarii bodies collided with chained cultists. Frozen blood formed red crystals upon the wreckage. Some corpses continued whispering despite having no atmosphere in which to speak. The survivors called those growing masses the Mourning Moons. Belisarius Cawl considered the name inaccurate. Nothing mourned. The Archmagos existed within fewer vessels than before. He moved through the remains of the Dominus ex Nihilo, which had lost more than half its hull, 3 primary reactor sanctums, and whole regions of his distributed memory. His principal body rested within an emergency cradle, while replacement organs were grown around cracked augmetics. Noospheric silence surrounded him. Millions of Skitarii command signatures had disappeared. Servitor cohorts that had existed in his awareness for centuries were gone.
Entire Kaul searched his memories for the first time he had conceived the Attilan project. He found an empty chamber. The intention remained. The calculations remained. He remembered arguing that a stable passage through the Great Rift could preserve Imperium Nihilus and allow the armies of mankind to cross between the sundered halves of the galaxy. He did not remember beginning the work. One of his surviving personalities informed him that the loss should be considered a wound. Another argued that wounds required flesh. A third asked whether any being composed largely of replacement memory could distinguish healing from forgery. Kaul silenced them. Beyond the Arc Mechanicus, the surviving pylons flickered. The Attilan gap remained open only in fragments. Temporary routes formed without warning and collapsed minutes later. Some led toward Terra. Others opened above systems thousands of light-years away. One corridor admitted an Imperial frigate that had departed Attilan 3 centuries in the future. Its crew had aged into grey-skinned corpses seated at their stations. Another passage opened into a region of the warp so empty that every machine spirit aboard the observation platform ceased functioning when exposed to it. Kaul destroyed the platform. He transmitted his assessment to Guilliman. Stable transit cannot be guaranteed. Fleet passage should be regarded as an act of faith. The Primarch answered from Terra. Then provide probabilities. The probability of safe arrival changes according to destination, vessel mass, navigator condition, empiric weather, and variables that do not yet possess names. Provide them anyway. Kaul generated the numbers. Guilliman had always preferred an ugly calculation to a beautiful uncertainty. The surviving Imperial armies began withdrawal through corridors that might kill them. Regiments marched into black gold light, knowing they could emerge on the other side of the galaxy, centuries too late for the war that awaited them, or nowhere at all. Officers concealed the risk. Commissars shot those who refused. Priests declared the passages sanctified by the Emperor's intervention. Men entered singing. Some transmissions ceased before the final ranks crossed. At the edge of the wreck field, the vengeful spirit withdrew beneath its own power. The ancient vessel had survived wounds that would have killed lesser ships. Whole sections of its hull remained open to space. Weapon decks burned. Demonic growths hung from ruptured armor like exposed organs. The Black Fleet followed in fragments. Irreplaceable battleships were gone. Arcs of omen drifted as hollow wrecks. War bands that had survived the long war since the Siege of Terra no longer answered Abaddon's summons. The dead included warriors who remembered the Emperor walking upon battlefields, and Horus, before corruption, had made a throne of his ambition. Abaddon stood upon the command deck, beneath failing lumens. No warlord dared speak of victory. He had prevented the Emperor's ascension. He had driven Drachnian into the crown engine and torn open the circuit at the moment call required. He had also lost armies accumulated across millennia. The talon of Horus remained dark with burned blood. Drachnian hung in his left hand, its edge twisting the smoke around it. The blade whispered, not words spoken into the air. Certainty pushed against Abaddon's mind. The Dark King remained, not enthroned, not complete, not yet free of the corpse upon Terra, but present, a shape waiting inside the Emperor's divided soul. Drachnian remembered touching it through the Blackstone. The demon blade had tasted the hatred of a god not yet born, and found in it something older than worship, the refusal to surrender possession. Abaddon closed his fist around the hilt. "You had your chance," said a sorcerer standing beside the command throne. "You could have struck through the corridor. You could have ended him." Abaddon looked at him. The sorcerer lowered his gaze. "The throne would have ruptured," Abaddon said. "The birth would have completed." Kaul claimed so. He was correct. The admission sickened the listening warlords more than defeat. The War Master had not trusted the Archmagos. Trust was irrelevant. A truth remained true when spoken by an enemy. Abaddon turned toward the image of terror suspended above the command dais.
The world remained wrapped in black gold storms. Its light entered the eye of terror, despite the distances between them. "The Emperor has not escaped mortality," he said. "That is sufficient." "For now," said the sorcerer. Drachnian whispered again. Abaddon heard the promise beneath it. The corpse could still become a king. He faced the remaining commanders of the Black Legion. Set course for the Eye. Recover every vessel capable of translation. Abandon the rest. What of the wounded? Those who can fight remain legionaries. Those who cannot are ballast. No one questioned him. The vengeful spirit entered the warp, trailing debris, blood, and burning armor. The last ships of the Black Fleet followed, leaving the dead of Attilan to turn forever around the broken pylons. Far deeper in the Immaterium, Vashtor survived. The Forge of Souls received what remained of him. He crawled across a continent of iron beneath skies filled with furnaces. Demon engines labored in chains around him. Smiths without faces hammered captured souls into blades. Rivers of molten brass flowed between mountains assembled from broken war machines. Vashtor possessed one wing, 3 limbs, half a skull. The Dark King had stripped away more than flesh metal. Entire mechanisms of thought had been torn from him. Contracts he had memorized since before human civilization were now blanks. Names of debtors vanished whenever he attempted to recall them. He dragged himself toward an anvil large enough to build gods upon. Servitor things brought fragments recovered from Attilan, shards of Noctilith, broken Necron control prisms, conduits stained with psychic residue from the Emperor's almost apotheosis. Each fragment screamed when brought near the others. Vashtor listened. Failure had not diminished his ambition. It had corrected his design. He had attempted to cage the newborn god after the moment of birth. That sequence had been inefficient. The Dark King had noticed the chain before the lock closed. Next time, the cage would precede the god. The Forge of Souls darkened as Vashtor raised his remaining hand. Machinery gathered around the anvil. A new mechanism began. On Attilan Prime, Commander Dante stood above the ruins of the Chaos Command Fortress. The battle had not ended when the crown broke. Men continued killing for hours afterward because orders traveled more slowly than hatred. Artillery batteries fired until ammunition failed. Isolated tank formations hunted one another through ash storms. Blood angels dragged warriors lost to the red thirst away from piles of enemy dead. Dante's golden armor had become red beneath dried blood. His death mask was split across the mouth. Below him, the surviving armies of Imperium Nihilus assembled among millions of corpses. Regimental banners rose from cratered ground. Knights stood in damaged ranks. Titans knelt, while repair crews climbed across their armor like insects upon wounded gods. Gilliman's order reached him through 6 relays. The message carried the Regent's seal. It contained the truth in a sealed annex, and the lie intended for mankind. Dante read both. Public record would state that Vashtor and Abaddon had constructed a weapon at Attilan intended to corrupt the Astronomicon and murder the Emperor. The Black Sun had been the visible consequence of that assault. The Emperor, acting through his sons and servants, had destroyed the device and delivered terror. No 5th throne, no approaching Dark King, no billions consumed by the will they worshipped, no Emperor forced back into mortality by traitors, Zeno's technology, and his own sons. A sanguinary guard officer waited beside Dante. "What shall we tell the armies?" Dante looked across the battlefield. Men had seen the crown. Psykers had spoken with the Emperor's voice. Entire regiments remembered black gold fire taking their comrades. Truth would not free them. It would become another weapon. "The Emperor was wounded by the enemy," Dante said. "He answered through his servants. The weapon was destroyed." The officer hesitated. "That is not what occurred." "No." "Then why preserve the lie?" Dante replaced the broken death mask upon his face. "Because the truth would kill more." The order passed through the surviving armies. Priests added miracles before the first recitation ended. By the time the account reached the regiments, The Emperor had personally torn the Black Fleet apart. Within hours, soldiers knelt beneath images of the Black Sun and praised the sign of his judgment. Dante heard their prayers. He wondered what listened. Guilliman and the Lion met upon a palace, terrace overlooking the ruins of the processional districts. The crown was gone. Smoke concealed the sun. The roads below had vanished beneath corpses. Palace tanks sat immobilized in channels of compacted flesh. Servitors sprayed chemical fire across the dead to prevent plague, creating pyres that stretched toward the horizon. The Lion held the Emperor's shield upon his arm. Its fracture had widened. Golden light leaked from the crack. Guilliman studied the damage. Can it be repaired? Perhaps. You sound unconcerned. It remains a shield until it fails. Guilliman looked toward the burning avenues. The ecclesiarchy must be restrained. Worship is feeding him. Every sermon, every sacrifice, every world that calls him a god adds pressure to the transformation. And how will you restrain it? Doctrinal revision, control of pilgrimage, investigation of sanctioned miracles, limits upon mass devotional rites. The Lion's expression remained unreadable. You intend to inform the priests that their faith nearly destroyed mankind. Not publicly. They will know you act against them. I am the Imperial Regent. That title did not prevent the palace from aiming guns at you. Guilliman turned toward him. Then what do you propose? Nothing. Nothing? Open action against the faith will ignite civil war. Worlds will rebel. Priests will proclaim you a traitor. Trillions will experience fear, rage, and religious frenzy. The Lion looked toward the smoke where the black crown had been. And what do those emotions feed? Guilliman knew the answer. So we permit the worship to continue. We cut away what we can without making the wound bleed faster. That is not a strategy. It is reality. The brothers stood in silence. No reconciliation passed between them. Their survival had not healed 10,000 years of absence, or the differences built into them before either possessed a name. Guilliman offered his hand. The Lion regarded it, then gripped his forearm in the manner of warriors. I will operate in Nihilus, the Lion said. You will coordinate with Dante. I will speak with him. That was not what I said. It is what you will receive. The Lion released him and walked toward the waiting forest path. Before entering, he looked back. Do not mistake Father's retreat for surrender. I do not. The Lion vanished among the trees. The path closed behind him. Within the palace, Trajan Valoris erased the witnesses. The executions took place without public decree. Administrators who had seen forbidden records were removed from their offices. Technicians who understood the throne's altered functions disappeared into sealed chambers. Palace soldiers who survived the black gold fire were shot by custodian hands before they could carry their accounts beyond the inner walls. Some resisted. Most did not understand until the weapons fired. A wounded custodian awaited Valoris in a medical vault. Half his armor had been removed. Black gold veins spread across his exposed flesh. He had heard the forming god command the 10,000 to kneel. I can still serve, the warrior said. Valoris raised the Watcher's axe. No. Then let my name remain. It will. That was the only mercy available. The axe descended. The purge continued until knowledge became rumor, and rumor could be consumed by faith. Beneath the palace, the golden throne demanded more. Its mechanisms had been damaged by the severance. The Emperor's divided consciousness required greater psychic pressure to remain contained within the corpse. Black ships received new quotas. Collections would triple. Worlds already stripped of sanctioned psychers would be searched again. Hidden bloodlines would be burned from villages. Entire communities would be chained and tested. Millions would be dragged toward terror, so that thousands at a time might die beneath the throne. The order carried Valoris's seal. Guilliman stood before the closed silver door when the first new tithe entered the soul engines. Screams traveled through the floor. The Primarch placed one hand against the door. He had hoped that some part of his father had chosen humanity. The truth was colder. The Emperor had not renounced the Dark King through mercy. He had retreated because the conditions of his birth were imperfect. The crown engine had broken. The Astronomicon had been blinded. The throne's conduits had been cut. And somewhere within the Emperor's fractured mind, enough of the old purpose remained to resist the hunger surrounding it. For now. Guilliman lowered his hand. Beyond the door, machinery consumed another soul. In the warp, the immense chamber remained. 4 thrones waited behind infinities of blood, decay, change, and desire. The 5th was no longer empty. A black silhouette sat upon it, incomplete and motionless. Cracks of golden light ran through its body. One hand rested upon the throne's arm. The other reached toward the wounded radiance of the Astronomicon. Across the galaxy, 1 trillion voices whispered the same prayer. The Emperor protects. The Shadow's finger moved.